Hi everyone, good morning. How are we all doing? Cheers. Hello kitties.
Rhoda Frachtswork says good morning.
Good morning, Rhoda. So some of you might notice, or all of you.
Brian says make mine an Earl Grey hot.
Latte, skinny latte. So I've put the chat details, TTS commands on the screen, as you can see, a little bit nicer than last time. You get a random voice when you
Internet Text says hey people.
Mako says hello Sian.
Rick says good evening ladies and gentlemen.
So you get given a random name, random voice at the start. Oh, hang on, my logo. Wait, I need to start the MQTT server.
MR England says hello Motto.
Sven Musters says hello. Mako says this will be fun.
Mark Olson says hi Emma, are you enjoying building Lego?
Red Madness says showtime.
Hey Emma.
Kayvon says this is going to get insane.
Mako says test.
Rick says hey Emma.
Henrik says hello all.
Rhoda says just trying again. Hodges says hello.
Marco Vizek says build time. Red Madness says dig it all.
Okay, so you can give yourself a nickname. Just do exclamation mark nickname and then a
Cable
name.
Tie says is the thing on. Crazy Roop says hello all.
So please do not put stupid nicknames or I'll block you.
Mako says hi Cable Tie.
Okay?
Emma says hello.
It's very funny, Mark.
John Mark Book says very fun.
Now, I've got storing.
Mr. Agony says good evening from Belgium.
Red Madness says the 80 rules.
Eric says hello world. Jerker Dratenmir says hi all.
Mako says Godfall Mark.
Hybrid Robotics says hello everyone.
Rick says never gonna give you up.
Adam Bryant says hello from Zemerzit.
So, I'm looking to do a roll call
Mako
this
says
morning.
Johnny is a Rick roller.
Red Madness says Rick rolled.
Stupid nickname says Rick rolling all day.
Mr. Agony says is it Siri proof?
Marco Vincek says stress testing.
Quixotic Geek says what now?
Hang on. So now we test to see if restarting it works. See if it remembers everyone's settings.
Simon says jump on one leg.
Quixotic Geek says being on the chaos.
Mako says hello Quixotic Geek.
Gmore says good morning.
Red Madness says wood.
Zip Tie says Sian you are never going to get anything done today.
Well, it's actually
Rhoda
good
says am
timing.
I still Karen?
Henrik says it works.
The Embedded Hobbyist says I need a sexy voice.
Confused says I don't know what I'm doing.
Mouse Thief says I'm a squirrel.
Sven says, B, what time is it?
Quixotic Geek says how long until Sian regrets this?
Stupid nickname says Simon says everyone says they're here.
Kichi says howdy. Mako says this is unworkable, slightly underscore smiling underscore face.
Gandalf the Grey says you shall not pass.
Marco Vincek says let's start.
Kayvon says alright everybody, let's make some Reflow Master Pros.
JRRIL42 says make it stop.
Try it. Sven, try it.
Mako says now I'm a girl.
Quixotic Geek says, have you tried turning it off and on again?
Simon says, pile of poo.
Rad Madness says, Nick Danger through die.
And what did it say, Sven?
Stupid nickname says emoji Rick rolling. Dotha 5, elbow cow. Good vibes.
Okay.
Thanks, Doc.
I'll
Virtual
block
hug.
emojis.
Wow, got this.
Miss
Sheltering.
England.
Washins. Learning. Chill.
Okay, I'm muting that. I'm going to block emojis if you can do stuff like that, okay? We're going to have a little bit of people being responsible.
Flights.
Confused says la 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 la.
Rad Madness says, want to play a game.
Dale says this is an insane project.
This
Nico
isn't,
says tests.
this isn't the project. So, can everyone just stop for a sec?
The embedded hobbyist says the time at the third beep will be loony time exactly.
Mr. Agony says, beep, turn lights off.
Simon says 31415926535 8979323846.
Quixotic Geek says you want us to stop.
Confused says what is stop. Nemo says hi.
Yeah, now I need a separate YouTube channel so I can get some stuff done. Okay, just
Mr. Agony says Alaska, turn lights off.
Simon says pi.
Mako says you created your own wrath.
I did, but, you know, everyone else can be a little bit responsible. So, it's good timing to have the voice, though, because I am going to try to put together the first part of my logo today.
Gandalf the Grey says keep it safe.
And it's going to be quite difficult to do, and I reckon I'm going to completely mess it up. I'm just going to turn this off for the moment. Just for the moment. So I can talk about the project, what I'm going to do. So I've got my... Yeah. I don't have any of my props ready. So I've got my new RGB logo. This is the M, which is, I don't even know how I'm going to stencil it, let alone anything else. And I've already got one out in the stencil printer. So I've got the sound off. I've stopped the sound for the moment, folks. Just for the moment, because I can't talk while you're all talking. I'll turn it back on soon. Wow, I can't get this out. And then this is the N. So this is the U, which I'm going to do. N. It is an N as well, but it's a U. This is what I'm going to try to build today. This is also the part that's got the entry for the tiny board and the power in. So assuming I can build it, I can light it up today. I'm in the dark. I'm always in the dark. So I don't know how this is going to go. What I can tell you is I've got the board in my stencil printer, which I'm not going to be able to show you stenciling. But I'm going to build it on my desk here. I'm going to do it under the microscope, but I'm not going to show you under the microscope because you're not going to be able to see what I'm doing. But what I did is set up a desk cam so you'll be able to at least see me working here, right? Now, it's because I'm going to be over here, I'm not going to be able to see the chat. And so it's good timing to have the voice. I've set up my little vacuum picker thing, but I'm not going to be able to use it. I've done a test run, not with solder paste on board, just playing with seeing stuff, and I don't think I'm going to be able to use this. I'm going to have to use tweezers. I have set up, you can just see on the edge here, I've got a reel of the LEDs, or what's left of a reel, and I've got a little 3D printed thing that I can pull the tape through. I can't use tweezers on this. Let me just turn this just for a second. I can't use tweezers on this because I can't get the LEDs out. So if I'm going to use tweezers, I'm going to have to just tip a whole bunch of LEDs on the table and have to flip them all and everything. It's going to be a real pain. But the suction thing I don't think is going to work. I'll give it a try, but I don't think it's going to work. I can't remember how many LEDs are on here. I think there's about 380 or something, plus a whole bunch of caps. It's going to take a while. It's going to take a long while. So this is going to be an experiment because I'm pretty sure I'm going to wreck this board. When I say wreck it, all my attempts so far at using either tweezers or that vacuum thing to get LEDs on, yeah, I've worked out that at some point I've stuck my hand on the PCB where there's paste. I don't know how I'm going to place these and not wreck the board, but we're going to try. I've got 5 attempts because I've got 5 of each PCB. I've also got my wonderful Chinese hot plate out that I'm going to reflow it with. I'm going to have to reflow it a section at a time. So it'll be like on... Whoop. Hang on. Let me move this out of the way. Oh, this is going to be a disaster. So it's going to be on here, and I'm going to have to move it around to reflow it. I'm not going to try to hot air it. I'm using low temp paste, so it should be okay. Hopefully it'll be okay, and I won't wreck the LEDs, and it'll reflow okay. But this is all going to be. It's all going to be a bit of an experiment, and it's going to take me some time. Yeah, there isn't anything I could build to do that. I looked at that when I first got the logos, how I was going to put it together. I was even going to disassemble a chunk of my pick and place machine to be able to get the boards into the pick and place machine, but I can only get the smaller one, the U, in. I can't get the M in. So yeah, look, this is just going to be a... the low temp paste, it reflows at about 140 degrees. I need to get it up to about 165. It's going to be fun. It's going to be... I reckon I'm going to wreck it, and if I wreck it, as in I get paste everywhere, I'll just stop. The good news is I've got like 15,000 of these LEDs, so I've got a few I can go through. Well, there's about 1,000 LEDs all up, Rhoda, on the whole logo, and the M's obviously got more of them. So, I don't know, maybe there's 400 or so. I haven't counted. Some flywire mesh over it might give you... I can't build anything to do the logo with. Like, this is temporary, the space over here. I don't have any place, like it's... Anyway, we'll see how we go. It's going to be interesting. Okay, I am going to turn the audio back on, okay? Please, everybody, don't be silly with it. I mean, I know you all want to play, and that's fine, but don't just... Yeah, I'm asking nicely. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. And also, with your nicknames, don't... I haven't got the ability to block yet, but I will. I'll stop what I'm doing, and I'll start blocking people if they change their nickname to be other people's names. Don't do that, okay? If you want to change your own nickname for yourself, that's fine. Do not make your name someone else in chat's name to pretend to be them. Please don't do that, okay? I'm asking nicely, okay? Otherwise, we can't have nice things. Okay, here we go. I'm going to turn it back on. Okay, we're back on. Be nice.
Quick Sadik says, can we change our name to someone else?
Benjamin Brosov says emergency broadcast in progress, RGB logo build broadcast.
Everson says ring ding ding gating.
Yes, Buzz says you might want to lower volume.
Well, I need you guys to hear it as well. And I want to be able to hear it, that's fine.
Roger says O-A-O-R-R. Quick Sadik says bring on the chaos.
Yeah.
Jay Rogozinski says greetings to all.
Dutch Mako says I wish you all the best with the build scene.
Marius Heyer says I wish I had Johnny's voice.
Confused says baby shark doo doo dee doo doo.
Sven says what does the rate do?
Rate speeds up or slows down how fast you talk. It's words per minute. TTS was on, say, the right channels. Yeah, I can't.
Hobbyist says the build will go out the window now.
Yeah.
Quick Satajik says, how does it cope with Dutch Chevron engine? Dutch Mako says, hope this is better.
It's only English. It's only
Benjamin
English.
says, how much power is your logo going to consume?
A lot.
Ziptie says, get on with it, Sion.
Mark Holson says Emma is laughing because there is no way people will not write messages.
I'm going to go
Mr. Anthony
paste the
says,
logo.
Alexa, what is the time?
Enjoy yourselves. I'll be back
Noxie says,
shortly.
hey, Cian and everyone.
It's already set up.
Benjamin
in
says,
stencil.
Who is the boss says, enjoy pasting.
Quick Satajik says, Shirmana Kug. Dutch Mako says, testing.
Mark Holson says, now it's our stream.
Dutch Mako says, hi.
I'm smothering it in paste.
Who is the boss says, I wonder if he can even hear us in the garage.
I'm not in the
your mum
garage.
says hello.
Ziptie says, hey, you'll 1xx turn on fire, then blow it out.
Rad Madness says get to know of your system.
Jerry says, don't cross the streams.
Quick Satajik says, I can't work out if Cian is crazy or
Hey,
brave.
Cable tie,
Marco
do that
says
again.
taste the paste.
Dutch Mako says in the corner.
Peter, do it again.
Marius Hire says maybe he should close the door when he's at the toilet.
Your mum says dinner is ready.
Mark Holson says, a beep, what is the time?
Ziptie says, hey, you'll 1xx turn on fire, then blow it out.
That's cool. Okay.
Merlin the Blue says I keep hearing voices.
I hadn't tested whether the scripting bit works. Well done.
Dutch Mako says, is Cian.
Nobody says is going to be easy.
Who is the boss says, can Cian come out to play today?
Mr. Agony says, all your base are belong to us. Quick Satajik says, hey, beep, play Rick Astley.
Mark Holson says, hey, beep, what is the time?
Your mum says HW. Your mum says clean the room.
Dutch
Okay, I'm
Mako
pasting.
says, ho clink dit.
I'm pasting.
Mr. Agony says, beep, what is the time?
Kevin O'Connell says this text-to-speech bot is fucking awesome.
Oh,
B says open up.
Quick Satajik says, hey, beep, buy chocolate.
okay. Hang on.
Rick says I'm a karaoke king.
Nobody says I see nothing. Grinning face.
Kevin, don't do that
Quick
again,
Satajik
please.
says so. Beep, is beep it, beep, isn't.
You're going to get me
Who is the boss
demonetized.
says, I can see someone getting banned already.
Yep. I'm just,
Crazy whoops.
The Craft Elders.
sorry. Killing it, starting it again. Added some more bad words. Anyone abuses it like that and I turn it off. Please don't do it. Okay? Even just in testing. I do have a profanity filter on there, but if you abuse it, it goes away. Thanks. Still trying to paste.
Mark Holson says, who is just in testing. Dutch Mako says, by the beep, the time will be 21 hours 18 minutes and 0 seconds.
Quick Satajik says, paste, paste, paste.
The embedded hobbyist says high fuel prices. Feeling sick and sweaty when filling up. You could have coronavirus. Dutch Taurus says pasty initiated.
Ziptie says, Cian has spoken.
Rad Madness says settle down children.
Everson says you make our whole week.
Benjamin says abuser tan lucid.
Crazy Roop says, how much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
Mouse Thief says, can I say arg blar blar?
Quick Satajik says, what are the voice options?
Gandalf the Grey says he that breaks a thing to find out what it is, has left the path of wisdom.
Dutch Mako says, you and squeaking. Mark Holson says, Ilinica.
Rad Madness says I get same voice each time.
Merlin the Blue says her. Jay Rogozinski says don't say war or you'll be shot.
Kichi says this is madness.
Marius Hire says no, but I'm not going to listen.
Mr. Agony says, do you feel lucky, punk?
Quixotic says fish.
Fish?
Joanon says this is Rafe.
Jean-Marc Puck says is a command for moving cam on plan.
Mark Olson says Oligrecledoramicron anthropogenia idilevthurikic stinaxia prepia ketarthicumita, impricus minimologici kesinithisi, keophilan.
Rad Madness says madness takes its toll.
Pat McCurdy says I used to have a lady that built my circuit boards, but I solder.
Mako says
Okay.
yes.
Simon says solder a gazillion LEDs.
It's stenciled.
Quixotic says okay.
National Alertist says emergency broadcast in progress.
Rayburn says evening, everyone.
Joe Onan says this is Tom.
Quixotic says okay. I'm impressed. I know humans you can't pronounce fish properly.
Okay.
Rad Madness says Hail Crowley.
So I don't know how I'm gonna do this. As I said,
Mark
because
Olson says Oligrecledoramicron anthropogenia idilevthurikic stinaxia prepia ketarthicumita.
Jason says hello.
Quixotic says that lead is the wrong way round.
Intermit.tech says hello, Cian. This is Microsoft calling from Redmond, not India. We need to talk to you about your Windows 11 subscriptions.
Rad Madness says I am the voice of world control.
Merlin the Blue says abracadabra.
okay, I'm gonna start. I'm dropping the volume for a second. So if you make it talk, you won't hear it. It's muted just for the moment. Can we stop doing non-English? The whole point is so you guys can communicate with me while I'm working. I don't want to take all your fun away, but big long sentences of gibberish doesn't help anyone. Thanks. It's all stenciled. It's all pasted. Actually, a much better job than I thought I was going to do, considering that I had to jerry-rig the PCB into the stencil printer because it's way too big for the stencil printer. And I forgot to put mounting holes on. I'm curious to know if I turn this on. Can you guys and girls, how does this sound if I turn this on? Can you guys hear that, guys and girls? Sorry, Quixotic Geek. One day I'll remember not to say.
Quixotic says buzz buzz buzz.
But is it bad?
Simon says that's okay, Lil Hum.
Okay, I don't know.
Hodges says at Unexpected Maker, is it possible to pick and place those LEDs with a Python script IRL?
The embedded hobbyist says I say.
Jay Rogozinski says it's minimal.
Quixotic says it's acceptable buzz buzz.
Pat McCurdy says not bad.
Okay, I don't even know if I'm going to be able, as I said, if I'm going to be able
Merlin
to
the
place.
Blue says what have you turned on? I can't hear any difference.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Quixotic says buzz.
I just
Jason
placed
says
an
did the
LED.
stream go to 140p for anyone else?
Ziptie says testing my voice.
The Knights who say says knee.
Mark Olson says bye bye all. I've had my fun. Now I have to work for Emaric Roller. Mako says Ian, can we see the actual blazing of the LEDs?
Yep. I just wanted to see if I could get one down, and I'm worried that the cable's going to hang into it and knock it, but I can't get... I just don't think this is going to work with the air. It's going to be easy for me to not use the air. But it
Mako
means...
says alright, sorry.
So if you-
Merlin the Blue says turn this off. We can't hear you.
well, you don't...
Quixotic says boo.
You don't all have to use say.
Bird and shun the frumious bandersnatch.
How about you just use say when you need to contact me, and then you just use normal chat. otherwise. Okay? If you can't hear me, it's not my fault. It's because everyone has to say stuff rather than, and stuff that isn't important. So, you know, you guys need to moderate yourselves.
Quixotic says Cian is being sensible again.
Intermit.tech says you are living in a dream if you think people will only use say when they actually want to say something to you, face_with_tongue.
Ziptie says so time to use the pile of leads and tweezers?
Jonathan
Yes.
Karsten says everything is important. John Madden, John Madden, John Madden, John Madden.
Quixotic says shorter nick helps.
Sven says, does every lead has its own capacitor?
Yeah, I'm going to have to pop them out, do them by hand.
Merlin the Blue says humans sensible. I don't understand.
I'm not saying you have to be, just don't complain.
JF Saraceno
if you're
says
not.
I did my first decent Twitch stream yesterday.
As was built to code says what happened to awesome pick and place machine you have.
I can't fit this
Kevin
in the pick and
says
place.
placing this many LEDs looks like torture, faced with tears of joy.
Everson says that's a lot of LEDs.
Yep. It's a lot of LEDs.
Jason says, are you using leaded or lead-free paste?
Lead-free, low temp.
Mako says maybe slightly lower the sound of the TTS versus your voice Cian.
Merlin the Blue says are those monocolor LEDs or RGB?
These are
Quixotic says are we placing bets on how many LEDs Cian will get the wrong way round?
RGB addressable LEDs. The good news is they're all on the board the same way. So I don't have to worry about which orientation I put them down, as in they all just go the same orientation. Right now I'm trying, did I just stick my finger in the paste?
Intermit.tech says how many leads per letter?
I don't know. I don't know. I can't remember.
Pink Lad says,
John Madden says
Yeah, see that? Jonathan, don't.
Quixotic says how many LEDs total is it?
I'll time you out again if you do that. Don't do it, please. Come on. That just ruins it for everyone. I'll turn it off. I promise you I'll turn it off.
JF Saraceno says how much capacitance are you adding to that?
I can't remember. I think there's about 120 caps. Ish.
Jason says imagine dropping the board with all 10,000 leads before reflowing.
Yeah, imagine. I can't imagine. Anyway, is anyone counting? It's gonna take a while, no doubt. But
Sven says this schematic of these board must be super large with all these LEDs.
it is.
Intermit.tech says might need to consider amount of leads per PO, max 600. Worst case spread them over multiple.
Kevin says, Cian, are we allowed to try play with Alexa, or is she off limits?
Jay Rogazinski says what would be cool is if it buffer delayed our chat speech if you are talking or start to talk.
Alex Harvey says just made a board with about 250 of them last week. During your Discord last stream, I did one cap every 3 leads.
Quixotic says start the clock.
Tuft says, are you placing caps or LEDs?
Pink Lad says 1.
Mako says wish we could see it from the top.
Ziptie says
Simon says don't you
So just restarting it. No, I've turned Alexa. You can't play with Alexa, no, because I don't want to spend my time having to cancel whatever you guys order. So yeah, that's not what this text-to-speech is all about. I'm placing LEDs at the moment. They're the 1515 RGB LEDs. Now, what's good about them is they're low power. So I'm hoping I can get away with less capacitance on the board.
Mako says, Ian, would it be possible to put the camera above the letter? I don't. Do you think so,
I can't get it above the letter, no.
Geek says, I'm glad CM thinks it's the guys and not the women that would abuse. Beep.
Yeah, sorry.
Saracheno says Sui 100 nano for each lead. Also, you won't overheat the low temp solder.
Okay, so you can say whatever you want about the capacitors, but I can't add one per LED because the board's made. So whatever capacitance there is. And the whole needing one for every LED is absolute garbage. It doesn't exist. I have made plenty of boards that have 1 per 5, 1 per 10. I think I've even done 1 per 15 or 20. It's fine. It depends on how clean your power source is. So, you know, at the end of the day, if this works, great. If it doesn't, it doesn't. By the way, thank you to PCBWay for sponsoring this video.
As was built to code says, consider modifying CBOT to require at least one person to +1 and approve a question to reduce noise and distractions.
Intermit.tech says don't require one per LED, especially not with current version of the chips. Having one close is generally fine in my experience.
Jay Rogozinski says just need one cap per hot loop through driver. Simon says, don't you have a wooden board to build a bridge around that's a bit longer than the PCB? There you could rest your hand, and maybe have a Liltra.
Quick
No, I don't.
says, anyone else noticed Shenzhen has been shut this week due to plague?
Jason says Baba Stock is taking a beating from the CCP.
Mako says, yes, thanks, Way. Very nice. You made such large PCBs for you.
Yeah, Shenzhen is shut down completely. I've actually known that for a while, before the news found out.
A. Marie Jacko says, good evening, people.
Merlin the Blue says this stream sponsored by one PCBs company and not the normal PCBs company.
This stream sponsored by PCBWay. These PCBs are sponsored by PCBWay. I should do caps at the same time, but...
Mako says, bonsoir Maori.
Everson says imagine having concentration difficulties in this cacophony lol.
Sven says I made a clock with 100, 2020 addressable LEDs but soldered them all by hand with a normal soldering iron. That took some time and I lost a F.
Pink Lead says AliExpress is on my no-buys now.
Quick Geek says, I'm glad my LCSC order dispatched last week.
Merlin the Blue says I forgot the Gbwe name while typing. Jay Rogozinski says this stream is sponsored by Gbwe.
Sponsored by who?
Hugo says, oh well.
Now I was thinking I might actually put 1 microfarad caps on instead of 0.1.
A. Marie Jacko says P. C. B. Way. Rick says PCB Way.
Everson says profanity filter triggers on your sponsor's name. Merlin the Blue says this stream is sponsored by PCBWay.
Hodges says, is the PCB 4-layer? Quick Geek says TTS struggles with acronyms, spell it out as CBWay.
Jason says this stream is not sponsored by Charm High.
Mako says it doesn't know how to say Way.
Yes, it's a 4-layer PCB. 4-layer PCB with ENIG. They didn't want to have to fight bad hassle pads with such small components. Anyway, as I was saying, I was thinking of putting 1 microfarad caps on because at 0402 they're really only about 0.5 anyway, where a...
JF Saracheno says why are they saying it's a silent plague?
Sponsor says 50C for lead on row 25 column 12.
If I put a 100 microfarad cap on, it's actually only going to be about...
Quick Geek says, how much would a board this size cost if one of us had to buy it?
This is about over $1,000 worth of PCBs. Or 900, it was about $980, sorry. That includes shipping. Shipping was
Zip
expensive.
Tie says
They're very heavy.
PCBWay.
Graham says, did Kway offer to assemble them too?
Merlin the Blue says I can't see 0402 cry. Everson says holy Batman.
I didn't ask them about assembling because I wanted to assemble them myself. So
Jason says EBDWay.
So what happened was they were designed to fit in my pick and place machine, but then I had to change the edge rails and add extra stuff inside and more space to make them more rigid because of how big they are. And by adding that extra space, I accidentally made them about 3 millimeters too big for the pick and place machine. So that was a mistake on my behalf. They were supposed to be pick and placed. So that's why I'm hand assembling now.
Alex Harvey says sneeze.
Quixotic says how are they wired up one long string in series?
Yes, all from one data pin. Will I be able to drive them? Who knows? I know that I have, using RMT, I can actually address that many LEDs. And the issue
Jim
is...
Rogozinski says this stream is sponsored by PCBWay.
Alex Harvey says W2812B.
Yes, but they're the 1515 low power version.
Simon says, is this feeling like meditation? If not, turn of text to speech, slightly smiling face.
Merlin the Blue says is the middle wasted space or did you add another design to the PCBs?
The Nightsuse says so. The update rate might be interesting.
It's wasted space. I didn't need any more. I didn't need to add anything to the PCBs. It was difficult enough to get these done. So this is going faster than I thought it would. It's less, like, the tweezers are working out better than I expected. And I enjoy doing this, believe it or not. I find this quite therapeutic. And the text-to-speech is great.
Quixotic says how much does it weigh?
I don't know. They're heavy. They're 1.6 mil FR4. And there was five pieces of each.
Part in no time.
5 pieces of each.
Zip Tie says yes, cathartic.
And I actually
Simon
ordered
says,
only...
is there a chance to move the cam closer?
Not much closer.
Tess says until China stops siding with Russia, they are not getting any of my money.
How's that?
Intermit.tech says, oh wow, they still did 5 pieces of each.
Yeah,
Anderson
I asked for
says
2
the
and they did
world is
5.
moving.
So it was very nice of them, but yeah.
Mako says, Ian, are you able to power this letter on its own to test it?
Yes, I can. The reason I'm doing this one first is this is where the board plugs into the back. The microcontroller plugs into the back of this board.
Quixotic says lucky your logo is only 2 letters.
Absolutely lucky. Yeah. So, now that people seem to have got it out of their system, this is much
Jay
nicer.
Rogozinski says what is the LED part number? Is it SK6805-1515?
Mako says, Ian thought so already. So new letters need to be daisy chain day.
Can you speed up your voice, whoever that was? Too slow to understand.
Kevin says, will you reflow in sections or place the whole board first?
I'm going to do it on the hot plate, and I'm going to have to move it around the hot plate to reflow it. It's going to be difficult to
Marco
reflow.
says tennis elbow incoming. Simon says, what will you use the leftover SMSN S and WS for to write at your walls?
Jason says
Did
with
not
that
sound
amount
that.
of LEDs, you could just buy a LCD monitor.
Kevin says, but you're going to place all parts first?
Yeah, I have to place all parts first. I can't reflow it until all the parts are on. I don't want an LCD
Mako
monitor.
says I changed it.
I want a RGB LED. So, as I was saying, I can address...
Quixotic says, is it possible to add a pause between TTS sentences?
To add a what, sorry? A pause.
Quixotic says pause.
A pause. Oh, right. You can't say pause. Not without losing someone's chat or backlogging it and making it become very, very queued. So, yeah, I don't really want to do that.
Jay Rogozinski says TTS.
Kevin says, I do think you need a Vox interlock so you can stop the output when you're speaking.
Everson says, imagine the power draw at full tilt.
Quixotic says, wow, so it can say fish fine but struggles with pause. Does pause work better? Ziptie says Quixotic Geek.
John Madden says pause with a period. Was there a pause?
It depends on the voice you
Why can't
picked.
it say pause?
Simon says, do you plan to calibrate the positions of each LED so you can do 2D effects or give the outline a different color?
Yes. Yes, I do. I have a lot of plans for the software control of this. I can't do any of it till I've got the build done. So, yeah.
Jason says pauses.
And the thing is, the number of LEDs you can support is
Simon says, what software will you use?
my own. I'll write my own software. The number of LEDs dictates the frame rate. I don't need a high frame rate. I don't need to be doing 30 frames a second on this logo. So I'm not limited to 600 LEDs. And I'm going to be using RMT, which is considerably faster than sending them out via an SPI or bit banging the data.
Quixotic says, can you give each LED an IV6 address?
No. That would take a huge amount of memory. When I say no, I mean I could, but yeah. That's not how you address them though. Anyway, it's going to be an interesting challenge. There's going to be a lot of arrays with indexes into
Jason says
all the
it would
places.
be cool if you could display chat on the logo.
That's my plan.
Simon says, will your LED software able to overlay videos?
Well, I can overlay anything on it. I don't know if the resolution
Ben
will be good
says,
enough.
since it has so many LEDs, can you use it as an LED metric to show text or something on the logo?
Yes, I can do.
Intermit Tech says RMT is cool, but the protocol has its inherent limits in regards to speed and amount of LED, so a pin per letter is likely best.
JF Saraceno says, what is the RMT?
So I can't do a pin per letter because it's already soldered up. I'd have
Simple
to.
Simon says, place another LED.
It's already made. I'd have to completely hack the boards to do that. I want to see if I can get it working like this. So that's what we're going to do. And if I can't, then I can't. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. It's as simple as that. It's an experiment. Yeah. And the amount of current is not as much as you think because these are low
says,
power.
do you plan to implement the DMX protocol? Intermit Tech says, above 600 things get dizzy, but a pin per letter should be easy enough, just more wires from the controller.
Yeah, assuming that I can...
Super Electrolyte says, what is the LED size? Quixotic says, if you find there's a design flaw in the board, will PCBWay make you new ones?
No, I don't think they will. That's on me if there's a design flaw. A pin per letter also means that I can't sync them properly. Because the number of LEDs per letter is going to be totally different. So look, we'll see what happens. Yeah, and as I was saying, the amount of current isn't what you think. These are low power LEDs. 5 milliamp per channel, not 20 milliamps per channel. And I have no intention of driving them at 100% white. So...
Intermit Tech says in LED that at least is no issue. Internally it's one big bus and then split over outputs. Slightly smiling face.
So say that again. Firstly, it has to be two different. It's not one big bus. What do you mean? Sorry, I didn't get that. Other than the fact that I'm not using WLED or anything like it.
Robbie says evening all.
Good evening, Robbie. Is anyone counting? We need Paul. I miss Paul. Paul the count. Used to count them all.
Quick Satic says a friend has an LED wall with 900 RGB LEDs.
Zip Tie says any no counting?
Intermit Tech says well sure, but they use NeoPixel bus, so internally it's one big strip and you can then divide it over multiple outputs.
Mako says hi, Robbie.
Simon says 5. I count 5 LEDs.
Jason says are these dot star LEDs?
No, they're not dot star. They're WS or they're SK68. SK. Someone asked before 6805. The EC 1515s. This is what I use on all my microcontroller boards
thanks,
now.
Steve.
So what was that? I missed it. My coffee's getting cold. So just to explain, I intentionally designed this so there are 7 LEDs across the beam. There's 7 wide. So that means I can do text display down this arm like a scrolling panel. So, well, not a lot of people sticking around on the stream today. It's either people not liking the text-to-speech or they're not enjoying...
Embedded Hobbyist says I lost count while taking my socks off to go above 10. Jay Rogozinski says roughly 20 microseconds per LED update.
Jason says SK 6805 1515.
That's what I said. So I can't really ask the people that have left, but I'm assuming they're leaving because they don't like all the text stuff. Text-to-speech. I'm not sure. Interesting experiment.
Beak says how many LEDs left?
How many left to do? I've not even touched the surface. Not even...
Recycle says I've been here but looking.
Yeah, that would mean that I can see the concurrent user count and it's quite low for a stream and it's been dropping. So, yeah, which is fine. That's okay. This is going to be a slow burn. Slowly giving Alex a headache. Yeah. Well,
Zip Tie says Bruce the Lurker.
the problem is if I didn't have the text-to-speech right now, then I would be ignoring the chat. So...
Beak says just 42 watching Douglas Adams would be proud.
Matitucci says I'm lurking.
Simon says would it be possible to test a smaller section of the board before you go full nuts with placing all LED?
No.
Tuft says where is the fast forward button?
Mako says in maybe it's the repetitiveness of placing the LEDs.
I enjoy the repetitiveness. I can't test a small section of the board without wasting the PCB and then having to start another one. I can't paste a small section and then paste the rest of it once there are boards on their parts on their reflow.
Rogozinski says approx 400 liters ED.
So it's an all or nothing. And
Matitucci says, are we there yet? Are we there yet?
And it's going to work. And if it doesn't work, I mean, it's just a... The question is, will the whole
Beak
panel
says,
work?
what do you do with the stencil after this is complete?
Will I what, sorry? Say it again.
Rave says it's pretty obvious what you will be doing today. People might not find you interesting.
Mako says don't worry, I can wait.
Simon says you could cut the stencil into pieces, slightly smiling face.
Yeah, pass. I'm just going to get some caps. Won't be a sec.
Beak says, what will you do with the stencil after it's complete?
Jay Rogozinski says with 400 max is 125 Hz refresh rate.
Reed Forrest says I think framing the stencil and lighting it from the back would be cool. Chris says will the paste still be soft by the time you applied all those LEDs?
Well, this is interesting. I went to get a reel of caps, but I've got a, you can't see that, I have a feeder that's empty, that's got some caps on the end of it, so I'm just going to grab those. Don't waste any. I have to reload it anyway, but this way I can use what's left on the tape.
Michael Hemming says pro top, don't use resistors as caps.
Matt Tucci says feed me.
Okay, so that over here.
Beak says now is not the time to find you need to order from LCSC.
No, I've got a few caps in stock, don't worry. Oh, there's only like... Okay, well that was a waste of effort. There's only like 11 left on the reel.
Patrick Rankin says hey Macarena.
Bummer. 11 left on the reel. Maybe not even 11. That
Wolf
sucks.
says placing the stencil in front of the LED logo could create nice effect, projecting the light into the room.
Placing a what?
Beak says complete
Stencil
test.
in front. Okay. I just want to get some of these caps on and get them out of the way. The ones along the edges.
Says, how long does the low temp paste stay moist?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe not long enough. We'll see. I can always reflux it.
Everson says how many tend to watch during other PCB assembly streams. Not that fun to watch, but there's plenty other stuff to enjoy during the stream tea.
Beak says most good solder paste has a 24-hour working time.
Not low temp, it doesn't. Production paste does.
Matt Tucci says moist.
SAC 305, GC10, those type of expensive pastes, they do.
Marco says when you stream about AOI project.
Croston says maybe it would have been a good idea to remove the frame first, not that the PCB is damaged in the end and all the work was for nothing.
Not really.
Says, like talking to you and other people in chat, it cut it off.
Michael says is this a chip cook that needs to go in the fridge?
No, this is thermally stable. Stays out of the fridge. I can't stencil it and then
to the 42mm by 24mm board I'm working on.
I can't paste it and then take the frame off without damaging the paste on the board. Guys got to think logically. Guys and girls. You folks have to think logically. And this, why do I need to take the frame off?
That might be applicable to some of your projects.
I don't know what that meant. What that was. What would be applicable?
Beak says Sin is good people.
I mean, I did put some thought into
Jay
this.
says I bought every LED diffuser channel on Amazon to find the best one. Merlin the Blue says, what is this logic you speak of?
Logic? I don't know. I'm going to be putting black tint acrylic in front of this. If I can mount it to the wall, it's going to be really heavy.
Croston says, oh sorry, just a thugged.
Some of these caps are vertical. They're going to be quite hard to get on without getting paste all over my tweezers.
Mr. Agony says all your LEDs all belong to us.
I'm going to have to go get another reel of caps. Yay.
Jay says LED diffuser video, look at chat for YouTube name.
Beak says 1 LED, 2 LED, 3 LEC.
Could turn this off. Getting a bit cold in here. My air conditioning's been on. It's been really muggy and humid here.
Beak says I am fighting AutoCAD and the TTS mispronouncing.
You can change the voice name. Change your voice. Some voices pronounce words better than other ones do.
Mako says, Ian, will the hot plate melt the paste on its own? I know it is not large enough, so you need to move the board over it.
Yes,
Beak
it will.
says, is there a list of voices?
Look on the screen. Look on the stream you're watching.
Robbie says, see on what's the expected max power draw for this.
Fred Flintstone says hello everyone.
I should be able to keep it under 15 amps or 12 amps. It's up to me. I control the max
Beak
power
says
draw.
I have a tiny screen on my phone.
Okay, well, they're on the screen. I mean, I can't... I don't know how else to... Yeah. I mean... Sorry, I can't...
Matitucci says,
to you any other way.
what time do you normally get up in the morning?
Too early. Between 5 and 6, I'm normally at it already. One day I'd like to teach my body how to sleep in again. That'd be really good. One day. Okay, I need to go. I'll get caps in a second.
Jay says, does the TTS remember our settings for next stream?
Yes, it does.
Everson says 5 or 6 in the morning. That's when I go to bed, lol.
Yeah, well...
Beak says, is Fiona better?
You obviously don't have kids then.
Marilyn the Blue says, I wish I could sleep in and not wake up at 5 a.m.
Yeah, like I couldn't sleep in if I wanted to. My body just bang. I mean, I'm exhausted. I'm tired. It's not like I wake up and I'm feeling refreshed. But that's it. I'm awake. I can't go back to sleep. So I get up and I start my day. Flynn's also an early riser as well, so...
Bruce Segal says one of the AIM low temperature pastes has a tag time of around 8 bis.
Of around how long?
Fred Flintstone says one day we will all sleep for a long time, slightly _ face.
Robbie says sleeping is cheating. Beak says, how is the TTS working?
Bruce Segal says 8 hours.
Yeah, 8 hours,
Zip Tie says 8 hours.
because
Graham
it's
says
thermally
major
stable.
design flaw, that's an N.
Matitucci says daylight savings ends in 3 weeks.
Merlin the Blue says brain wakes up about 5 a.m. and drives me crazy.
Mako says, Ian, do you measure blood pressure and have medical tests sometimes as you need to pay attention to your health?
Yeah, I'm in good health. I get regular GP checkups. My doctor's happy.
Kevin says, Ian, how about follow-up video where you set up this job on a Lumen PNP from Stephen Hawes, slightly smiling face.
Mako says good.
This would absolutely not fit on a Lumen PNP. And I'm pretty sure I'm hand placing faster than
Beak
the
says
Lumen
pro
can
tip:
place it.
when you've complained about work stress, do not get a blood pressure machine delivered to work.
Speaking of Lumen P&P, woo!
Embedded Hobbyist says my dad said if I was not in bed by 9 p.m. I was to come home.
Rick says maybe a big Lumen PMP.
Does anyone see my t-shirt? Yay! Okay.
Merlin the Blue says sweet.
Okay, I need to go get caps.
Roger says nice t-shirt. Bruce Segal says nice.
Jay says Cian, will you be using URT mode to drive the LED string?
Kevin says great modeling. Next stop Project Runway.
Matt Tucci says get cats.
I just pulled out a reel of 0201 caps by accident and almost came in with them. That would have been funny. I don't want to be placing 0201 caps on this board. Okay. Brand new reel of 0402 caps. Yay. 10,000 of them. I wonder if I'll have any left. Okay, this is gonna...
Fred Flintstone says, did Sam get it wrong then?
JF Saraceno says sorry for not knowing this, but are you full-time maker?
I am a full-time... I don't know what I call myself anymore. I spend most of my time making my boards, production, these days. But yes, I'm a...
You changed to 0201 for a while back, eh?
I am a full-time maker, yes.
Dave Hines says maybe time for 1,206 caps. Slightly smiling face.
Yeah, that'd be a bit big.
Mako says unexpected breaker lol.
So yes, I'm a full-time maker.
Matt Tucci says I'm glad the cap shortage is over that.
Me too, except caps have gone up a lot in price. So some of my caps are triple or 5 times the price that they were before. So that's not good. But, you know, you do what you do. If I don't buy the stuff, I can't make the stuff. Yeah. Okay. So on average, I've got caps about every 8 or 9 LEDs. I've got a cap.
Beak says will my PCBs have shipped?
JF Saraceno says I hear that brokers are driving up costs.
Yeah, well, that always happens. But I'm not, yeah, I don't know. It's also very hard to get caps, like big, like electrolytic caps at the moment. Very hard to get, of good values, like high values. Definitely in small SMD caps anyway. So I've been buying just a lot of components recently, again, to make sure that I don't run out. Which gets really expensive. I'll have tiny S3s back in stock soon, everyone. My silicon is shipped, finally. I have silicon
Matt
coming.
Tucci says everything is hard to get. Disappointed face.
Yep. So...
Super Electrolyte says I just finished assembly of the Apollo PNP and honestly it did a 100 LED board in like 15 minutes, although I have pushed it past its official PR.
These parts might
Beak
be...
says, is there any news on your new board you designed to be certified?
Which one?
Jay says I'm interested to see how the reset code will be sent over the RMT.
Jack McMax says, are you planning anything for the ESP32 Zigbee chips?
What? You mean that? Well, they're not out yet. The H2, they're not out, so I can't really plan anything. And not really, no, I don't think so. There's a lot of competition on microcontrollers in that
Beak
space.
says the board with the shield can you designed in KiCad on stream last week.
Oh, my Nano S3?
JF
That's...
Saraceno says yay S3. Are Reflow Masters in stock?
Reflow Masters are not in stock. Cannot get silicon.
Embedded Hobbyist says reset code is easy. Just don't send anything.
Cannot get any silicon. So can't get Sandies.
Tufts says have a good evening everyone and good luck placing all the caps and LEDs.
Thanks. And the thermocouple chips are like 7 times the price. So yeah, no Reflow Masters for the moment, but my Reflow Master Pro I will be shipping soon. And I might just have to stick to making those for now.
Fred Flintstone says, why is Fred voice not available? Disappointed _face.
You have to speak to Apple about that. They provide the voices.
Helio Mendensis says what is the maximum size of the PCB? Beak says Reflow Master Pro.
The maximum size is up to the PCB manufacturing company. I don't know. I think most of the budget shops are like, I believe 600 by 600 maybe or something. I don't know for sure.
Matt Tucci says yabba dabba do.
Someone asked me a question before and I missed it. I missed answering and then I got distracted with someone else's stuff. I can't remember what it was. Sorry. It's going to be a long day, this is.
Fred Flintstone says you played the Fred voice the other week.
If it's not there, it means that it was a bad voice and I got rid of it.
What is the maximum size of the PCB?
Beak says on JLC PCB, if you get the decimal point in the wrong place, it will give you quotes for 5-meter wide PCBs.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the maximum size is. Fred, I probably removed it because it sounded really bad. If I can't understand it, then there's no point having it. It just makes extra noise on the channel. Need to get some music on.
Dutch Taurus says, I believe the question was about board certification.
Kevin says, are the super chat sound effects enabled?
Fred Flintstone says it was deep and sexy, ask Johnny.
Super chat stuff is not enabled, no. I haven't had time to work on that. So my Nano, I'm still waiting for my first prototype PCBs. JLC are running really, really behind. They say they're not. They're now listing 1 or 2 days delays, but that's rubbish because my 4-day, 4-layer PCBs, I've got one of them sitting at 11 days right now. I've got 2 sitting at 9 days right now. That's a few more days than 1 to 2 delay. So the Nano S3 is a long way away, folks. And my boards that I've sent to China for pre-certification, my tiny S3s, they are still stuck in Shenzhen DHL depot, which is completely shut down. They've been sitting there for now over a month, and they will continue to sit there for another 6 to 8 weeks because it's completely shut down. They're quoting me that long before I can get my boards out. So my boards that have gone to the test lab have not even made it to the test lab yet. And they were sent at the start of February.
6 to 8 weeks, ouch.
Noxie says, have you sourced looking for the prototypes, Ian?
Have I sourced?
Robbie says all your boards are a long way away, grinning face.
Fred Flintstone says I am trying to go.
I have not. No, I haven't. I'm not even going to start looking for a supplier for an RF shield yet. There's no point yet. I need to see if my boards work, and I need to see if the
Magdachi says, is this for set testing?
I have to see if the way I've constructed it, because I had to do some nasty things to get it all to fit, gives me any issues before I worry about sticking a can on it. That's the least of my worries at the moment.
JF Saraceno says surge from Chinese New Year.
Beak says my latest PCB order is with a fab in Germany as a test.
Cool.
Darling says hi bleep track.
Oh, hello Bleep Track. Yeah, getting my boards made in Germany isn't gonna work for me. Just too expensive. It just means everything's going to be going slow right now because of Shenzhen being shut down. And it's not just Shenzhen. There are other regions that are also shut down. But things it's going to be like over Chinese New Year. Everything's going to be going slow for the time being. My ReFlowmaster Pro boards are stuck as well at JLC at the moment. Yeah. Just have to be patient.
Super Electrolyte says China is undergoing the biggest outbreaks since the start of COVID, so there's districts that tax 6 days just to start shipment. It's bad.
Well, interestingly, their numbers are very low.
Darling says hi sweetie unable maker.
Unable Maker says, is this any better? And the voice cannot say PCB.
The numbers are actually quite low, lower than we were getting in Australia. It's just that they've got a zero case policy now. If they get
Beak
one
says,
case,
having had COVID 2 weeks ago, I have sympathy.
if they get one case in a region, they shut that region down. Like yeah, because it can go easily from 1,000 cases to 100,000 cases in China. They're trying to prevent that from happening. Anyway, it is what it is. I've done about a third of this board so far, if anyone's interested. I'm going to definitely need more coffee. My coffee's cold. What's the time? I think my family's gone to... Or at least Flynn and Yaz have probably gone to
Unable
school.
Maker says, hello Mako.
Expected Unmaker says I choose via Ellen's destruction of all keyboards. Embedded Hobbyist says we treat it as normal flu now.
Mako says hello Fred.
Well, it shouldn't be treated as normal flu yet because it's way more contagious.
Kevin says CN, is that the first half of the M or the U?
Yeah, this is the first half of the U, which is the smallest letter. And this is the one that could have potentially been pick and place still, but...
Super Electrolyte says, I applaud you for this effort. I did a few boards of like 120 parts and gave up and bought a PNP. Slightly smiling face.
Beak says I've had COVID 3 times now, it's not just the flu.
Yeah. 3 times. Ouch. Sorry to hear. As I said many times, I enjoy doing this. This is fine. Was that a bad LED? Oh, that's got a... I don't know if that's a...
Beak says Alpha, Delta, and now Omicron.
Sean says what's up.
Hey, Tabletronics.
Siflift says how will it be mounted?
I don't know yet. It's got mounting holes. I put mounting holes on it. And so I've got a place to attach the acrylic. I've got a place to attach the acrylic at the front. And how I'm going to mount it on the wall, I don't know yet. The things that are holding up my other logo right now are definitely not strong enough to hold this. This is going to be considerably heavier.
Causa says good morning friends.
Hey, Mark.
Thief says I'm having enough trouble placing one PLCC socket.
Saxy Alpha Male says, how many more do you have to fit?
How many more what?
Embedded
LEDs?
Hobbyist says in the UK we are stopping all restrictions as we are nearly all triple vaxxed.
I don't know, I'm not counting, and no one else is counting, so I don't know. A lot. Yeah, we've eased up on restrictions here now as well. Oh, whoops. Whoops. Oh well, that didn't work. It was caught under the railer when I went to lift it, I pulled more parts out.
Dutch Taurus says what on average is the number of duds in a reel?
Jose Luis Lemus says, have you considered getting a pixel pump when it is out?
Kevin says a few weeks ago you did a stream where you were trying to find out the orientation of these LEDs. How did you resolve that eventually?
Siflift says hello.
Hello. It wasn't these LEDs, it was the 1212 ones. These ones are easy to identify, the orientation. And someone just asked me a question before that. Damn it. What was that question before that? Consider getting a pixel pump. The pixel pump looks interesting, but I don't personally like working with a pump, with a vacuum thing. I've got one here. Obviously not as nice as a pixel pump. I'm really happy with tweezers. I'm very fast with
Siflift
tweezers.
says the truckers did it.
And my parts won't get loaded into those cartridges like he uses.
Embedded Hobbyist says the wife and daughter both had it early 21, so I expect I've had it as well.
Matt Tucci says I really should do some work instead of watching Cian place LEDs.
See if I can get a bit closer. Yeah, it's not really my workflow using a vacuum pump, to be honest with you. I'm quite happy doing it as I'm doing it now. I'm just going to see if I can... How do I get it closer? I'm going to try to get the camera closer. I'm going to try. This is going to potentially backfire.
Dr. Mike says, Alexa, what's the time?
Can you not?
The time is 8:16 a.m.
Cancel. Okay,
Says shower
Mike.
time, BRB.
Thanks, Mike. You've just given me another one I can block with. But, yeah.
Mako says, Cian, do you use the vacuum cleaner with it?
No, I couldn't. I don't have a vacuum bed big enough. Right, let's see if I can get this camera on. My coffee's in the way. Not that I'm drinking it. Okay, that might be a bit easier for you all to see. Let me see if I can fix the focus.
Beak says that's a better view.
That's a better view.
Jay says VDD is 3.7 to 5.5.
Mako says, oh, that was the big square thing now, I remember.
The big, what? Big square what? Okay. Just be careful I don't knock the box that the camera's sitting on.
Beak says anyway, shower time, BRB.
Okay, enjoy getting clean.
Saxy Alpha Male says that is a good view of little dots being put on the little dots, slightly _ smiling _ face.
Mako says the air hockey thing, slightly _ smiling _ face.
Getting awkward to hold the PCB. Holding it off the table, I'm going to knock it with my chair in a minute.
Rick the moderator says I spammers.
triple check I'm putting these on the right way again. Oh, God, you imagine? I'm pretty sure.
Mako says I mean the suction table you made.
Dr. Mike says coffee temperature 23 degrees and falling.
Rick Roll says them all.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the right way. If not, well, I'm screwed. Okay, let's keep going.
Marco says what will happen with Logo 1.0?
I don't know yet. Good question. Got to get Logo 2.0 working first.
Tricky Ricky says that's a lot to get wrong.
Yep. A lot of LEDs.
Iverson says what if you place all the LEDs in the wrong orientation?
It won't work. And I have to either abandon the board or take them all off and turn them around. So, yeah. I'd like to not get them the wrong way, if I can.
Dr. Mike says you can't fix it in software.
Matachi says
No.
reverse power polarity.
Saxy Alpha Male says have you done the M yet?
Tricky
I-
Ricky says just turn the board around, slightly smiling face.
Have I done the
Kevin
M?
says what's
No.
the part number of these addressable LEDs?
I haven't done the M yet. This is the first letter I'm doing. The part number is SK68051515.
Mako says no plates are diodes, slightly _ smiling _ face.
Okay. We've almost done.
Pierre Constantino says place your bets. How many will be the wrong way around?
Saxy Alpha Male says so you chose the small one, first : smiling _ face _ with _ smiling _ eyes.
Tricky Ricky says send a panel to Fred to do, slightly smiling face.
I chose this one because that's where the microcontroller plugs into. Can't do the other one if I can't plug the microcontroller in.
Super Electrolyte says where do you source rails of this? AliExpress.
I've got a supplier that I get all my LEDs from. But you can source them from AliExpress, yep. There's probably a few stockists that got them. Okay.
Deke says I'm back. What did I miss?
Dutch Taurus says after this right half Cian needs to train his left-handiness. Winking face.
Yeah, it'd be good if I was ambidextrous, but I'm not.
Dr. Mike says what was the total lead count?
Tricky Ricky says have we done the other half yet?
No, we haven't.
Jack McMack says I wonder what the impact of the lockdown is on AliExpress shipping times.
Dave Odessa says are we there yet?
Not even close, Dave.
Kevin says what's the software support like for these LEDs? Is it similar to the NeoPixels?
It's the same. They're all WS compatible. NeoPixel is just the name Adafruit use. They're all WS2812B compatible. Mike, I don't know. Because I did some modifications and got rid of some just before I got the boards made. I think it could be 1060 now. Is the total count of LEDs across the whole logo, which I might be able to drive or I might not be able to drive. We'll see. They may flicker, they might get corrupted, they might... I shouldn't
Noxie says, I see you. Sorry, bad joke. Mr. Agony says, need to get some sleep. Good night all.
Catch you later, Mr. Agony. I won't have any power drop issues because there are, I think, 4 or 6 places I've got power input, all with electrolytic caps on their inputs. So it's more about whether I can actually send data to them all and have them all update in a pleasant way. Yeah, and as Quindor said ages ago, I'm not sure if he's still here or not, I can always hack it, cut a trace, run a bodge wire, and split the letters into
Unable
2.
Maker says, will the U fit in the oven, or is it going to be hot air time soon?
Hot plate. I'm going to be doing it on a hot plate with great difficulty and probably going to burn my fingers. It will not fit in the oven, no. Not even in my toaster ovens. I could put it in my kitchen oven, I guess, but I can't control the reflow graph on my kitchen oven. Oh boy. Are we having fun yet?
Beak says, is it standard FR4?
Yeah, just 1.6 FR4, 4 layers. Cold cafefe. Okay.
Iverson says we are having fun.
Good, I'm glad. I'm going to have to open another reel of LEDs, I reckon.
Mako says, and your food will get contaminated, Mako.
Dr. Mike says, but first, a word from today's sponsor.
Beak says, I am eating Gouda and curious how TTS handles it.
Well, handled Gouda quite well, I think.
Kevin says, what microcontroller will run Logo 2.0?
Unable Maker says, I was going to ask that, but you beat me to it. I guess that Mrs. Unexpected Maker would not let you.
No, she absolutely will let me.
For this?
She said no problem. About 1,060, Jay, I think.
Rhoda says, did you add a TTL buffer for 5-volt logic levels, or are you using 3v3 levels directly from ESP as usual?
No,
Beak says that pronunciation will hurt Dutch people. It's pronounced HDAR.
Mako says using a food oven can keep dangerous particles in the oven that contaminated later prepared food.
I'm using a...
Iverson says, Rota says, C.
Pierre Constantino says, no problem to bake the board in the kitchen oven, really?
Unable Maker says it should be good on gas Mark V for 20 minutes.
I'm using a level shifter. The TBX 104 to go 3.3 to 5-volt logic. Yeah, there's no point trying to drive these at 3.3. Go through all this effort and then try to drive them inappropriately, which works, but I don't know if it'll work.
says no, there's not that many on this one character. Tricky Ricky says a little lead on your toast should not hurt much.
Rick the moderator says this stream is sponsored by PCBWay.
Yes, it is. Well, the PCBs are sponsored by PCBWay. Almost finished this arm, and I've already done a bit of the curve. So
Unable Maker says use PCBWay.
no.
Jay says Cian there is like 400 LEDs on this character.
Correct. Oh, you didn't ask me this character, you asked me how many... Oh, you said on the PCB, right, okay, yes. There is about 1,060 in total. I don't know how many on this one. I used to know. I probably wrote it down somewhere, but can't remember. I should have... I've been timing. Been an hour and a half. I don't know what time I started,
Tricky
though.
Ricky says my toaster oven works great right up to the point where the boards pop up. Where am I going wrong?
Mako says I'm the unexpected breaker.
Okay. 10 more for this arm. Unfortunately, all my LEDs are upside down at the moment. You drop them, sometimes they come up the right way. Oh, look at that. Excellent. Yep. Except that's upside down.
Kevin says, will you be doing a power-up test after it's reflowed?
Of course. There's no point reflowing it and then not checking it.
Unable Maker says that the embedded hobbyist, are you putting the butter on first? Kichi says an exercise in patience.
You have to butter both sides of your PCB before you toast it.
Brad Anderson says hello.
Hello, Brad.
Bruce Segel says you've been placing about an hour.
Thank you very much. Okay. So that's what, 4 hours is going to be for the M?
Dutch Taurus says, do you get many duds in a reel?
There's 4,500. This reel's had 5,000 on it, but they've changed it to 4.5 now. 4,500 on a reel. And I buy many reels of these.
Beak says Giada.
Okay, so that's... need to get that off. Okay. So that is this done.
Unable Maker says good job, Cian is not on peacetime.
And
Marco
here.
says no paste smudge so far. Pierre Constantino says 66 people are watching this. Sven says so you can make like 3 of these logos with one reel.
Yeah, I just need the one logo.
Tricky Ricky says I use the French toast method. The egg helps hold the chips on.
Matachi says, Sean, can you hurry up? I need to do some work.
Yeah, I'm going as quick as I can.
Clamont 941 says, I feel your pain, my friend.
No pain. I enjoy this.
Rick the moderator says, click like or else.
Only 18 likes. Yeah, pretty sad. Whoops, smudge the paste on that one. Very hard to balance my hand over the top like that.
Matachi says, RSI yet?
No. All good.
Unable Maker says I am watching paint dry and just listening to this stream, face _ with _ hand _ over _ mouth face _ with _ rolling eyes.
Can we stop
Geek
with the
says hello.
emojis? Thanks. They're really annoying. Oh, thought I picked one up and I didn't. So I'm just doing a bunch of caps. Get them on.
Clamont 941 says, do not sneeze.
Sean says throw in at the kitchen like a pizza.
Beak says Howda. Father Ted says this is driving me to drink.
Sorry. I'm glad I didn't try to do
Rick the
this on
moderator says, beep, translate does emojis way better making.
Jay says my calculations say this one character can be updated at 77 Hz based upon 400 LED.
Matachi says, I need another coffee.
I need another coffee. I need my first coffee. Interesting. I've got one had here that might be a bit under reflowed.
Noxy says, oh no, Cian, you'll have to start again. You have done a letter. N, not a U.
Matachi says coffee warmer build next.
Mako says, Cian, I hope I don't mistakenly do it as I am to emphasize it being semi-funny, etc. Please forgive me.
Yep, I did the wrong letter. I did the N instead of the U. Whoops, gotta start again.
Rayburn says Rue Burgers and Foster's.
Foster's, wow. That's funny. That's a type of beer, for those that didn't know.
Beak says if this thing pulls 15 amps, you can use it to keep your coffee warm.
I've got a 30 amp power supply, so should be okay. Yeah, I'm just going to go through and get the caps out of the way.
Matachi says you inverted the U. Are you putting the LEDs on the right way?
Rhoda says, are you using the TXB0104 also on other projects? It looks way overkill for this application.
Clamont 941 says a beer in Australia that no one actually drinks.
Jay says so. Sorry. What?
So I might have put the LEDs on upside down. I've just muted. I've actually put the LEDs on upside down. No joke. No joke.
You have a hot plate. Why is your coffee cold?
Father Ted says it will be bad news if all the LEDs are the wrong way round.
They are all the wrong way
Beak
round.
says last week I learned that pulling 6 amps from a 3 amp power supply does not end well.
Rick the moderator says OMG.
Yep, gotta swap them all. Doing it now.
Unable Maker says, can you not turn the U up the other way?
Jay says I was gonna ask about that a long time ago. Others mentioned it also.
Yep.
Matachi says, well, I just said that.
Yep.
Clamont 941 says, well, Butamy, again you'll feel your pain.
Rhoda says, okay, gonna refill my coffee then.
Iverson says mother of Hades. Lol.
Robbie says upside down, wrong way around.
Jay says though.
Zip Tie says, "Ugh."
Beak says oh fish.
Yep. Oh well, it happens. Lucky I only done half
Unable
of it.
Maker says, take a break time, Cian.
I'm okay. Seriously, I've done way worse
Kevin
than that
says,
before.
Cian, my deepest condolences. Pierre Constantino says these 1515 are so easy to put the wrong way around 3 chances out of 4.
It's better I do it
says,
now.
Cian, can you explain why you made the mistake? Logic thought error?
Noxy says, just change name Cian, it's quicker. Welcome to the Naughty Maker.
Sven says, is there no pin 1 indication on the silk screen, or is there no indication on the LED?
Beak says can you take a photo and put it on Discord of right way and wrong way LEDs next to each other?
Yeah, I'm not going to take photos now. Sorry guys, I'm focused on switching them around. So what happened was I had everything
Bruce
oriented.
Segel says going full Cian means making mistakes.
I oriented everything the correct way to build, and then when I came and I
Tricky Ricky says should have gone to Specsavers.
Iverson says, so you're in effect the unexpected unmaker of all the LEDs.
And then when I put it down, and then I started looking at the paste on the stencil, I flipped the board around. And I put the board in. So I was originally going to build it a certain orientation when I was going to use the pixel pump. And then when I decided the pixel pump wasn't the good idea, and I was going to go to tweezers, I rotated the board to make space to put the LEDs here. Right? and I'd already had in my head this is the orientation of the
Unable
LED.
Maker says be careful changing them around in case you miss some, maybe mark.
And then because I moved the board out the way and I rotated the board to make space here to get my orientation right and had the LEDs in the orientation I originally wanted, when I started placing, my board was the other way. That's what happened. Okay, sound is back on. So guys, when I'm trying to talk and you talk over me, I'm going to have to mute you. Okay. It's not the end of the world. Better I find out now than I find out after I reflow.
Howard says tour is human.
Mako says he ain't sad for you.
Beak says Estutmere lies.
Don't feel sad for me. I'm fine. Honestly. They're quicker to turn than they are to place. As long as I don't wreck the paste.
Jay says you can just reverse the power going to it and the D-do.
Yeah, not quite. The data in and data out pins were the wrong way round, so that ain't gonna work. Oh, I missed a row.
Jay says though.
Mr. Rowe. What is that, Bruce?
Zip tie says Mr. Rowe.
Yep, that's why I'm fixing it.
Kevin says spray water on the PCB and hope they all tombstone and flip around during reflow.
Unable Maker says I saw you be careful but was talked over slightly smiling face.
Beak says when we started taking bets who put their money on all of them being the wrong way round.
Someone did. Yeah. Someone won the internet today.
Rick the moderator says like when Dave Darko placed a large Mattox board and the reflow killed half the LEDs due to moisture.
Yeah, that's just because he didn't bake them first, but that's fair enough. Done that before as well, but not on as many LEDs as he did. Should have got someone to time how long it's going to take me to do this. Just curious.
Beak says is it easy to see an LED is the wrong way round just looking at it?
Zip tie says good day at Photochromics.
Looking through the microscope, yes. Not through a microscope, no. Which is why I'm working on the microscope. My biggest concern now is that I'm potentially smudging paste. It might mean I have to rework some of these now, because rotating them is altering the paste that's underneath on the pads.
Unable Maker says you need to somehow mark the ones you have done, otherwise I guess you will leave some the wrong way around.
Beak says thank you for solder mask.
Mako says Boyonis are all photochromics.
No, I don't need to mark them because I can see them, and I'm doing them in rows. And I can see the row to the right, and I can see the rows to the left. Oops. So I can see if I've flipped the row or not.
Beak says this is so illuminating.
Good pun. Very punny. It's actually not so illuminating yet because there's no power. Be careful not to stick my fingers on the board when I move it.
Unable Maker says that Quixotic Geek or not, as the case may be.
Father Ted says you have the patience of a Saint Ian.
Well, I don't really have a choice but to turn them.
Beak says it's reassuring that a professional like Ian makes the same errors that amateurs like me does.
But I'm not a professional. I'm also an amateur. So, yeah. But, yep, we all make mistakes. I mean, I could get angry about it, but what's the point? It still has to be fixed. So...
Beak says you're paid, that makes you a pro.
Well, I'm not paid. I don't have a job. I mean, people buy my stuff, but that's not the same. I don't get paid by a company to do anything. Okay, I've got to be careful with my right hand, with my hand now. I'm at the edge of the PCB.
Bruce Segel says only around 10 minutes so far.
Tricky Ricky says
Really?
with PNP you can do it faster.
Mataturchi says you spin me right round, baby, right round like a record, baby, right round, round, round.
Okay, it's going to get difficult shortly because I can't reach over. Yeah, the whole professional thing is an interesting thing because I don't class myself.
Sean says, have you heard the word?
Have I heard what word? I don't class myself as a professional. I do this for a living, but, you know, doesn't make me a
Mako
professional.
says maybe use the vacuum tube for those.
Iverson
No.
says the bird.
No, vacuum would be the worst thing in the world to use for this because you can't change orientation on them. Yeah, no. The best thing to do for this is to not make the mistake in the first place. But tweezers are definitely better. Who's making the bird?
Mataturchi says, Cian, you are a professional.
Thank you. Professional something, but what that is, who knows? I'm not sure being paid is the correct is a really good measurement stick for whether someone's professional
Unable
or not.
Maker says but you learn from mistakes, and at least it was on the smaller board.
Absolutely, and it was only
Mako
half
says
the board.
professional husband.
You know, I'm a husband. Professional implies skill. I wouldn't call myself a skillful husband or a skillful father.
Mataturchi says define professional.
Exactly. Professional implies a level of skill and competence. And I've never claimed to be skillful or competent, ever. Okay, this is as far as I can reach. I'm going to have to change the board orientation, I think. See, I can't even grab them properly now.
Mataturchi says, well, you did put the LEDs on the wrong way, so?
Exactly. Well, that, I guess, in itself is a skill, isn't it?
Unable Maker says professional is skill with experience.
Kevin says, Cian, you're quite humble.
Thanks. I don't know. I think it's less humble and more. I'm just a realist. Like I don't know. You know, like I can't call myself a professional. I don't have any formal training in what I do. How am I going to grab these? Okay, I'm going to have to do these this way now. This is where it gets trickier to make sure that I've...
Beak says, does Tinapico V2 come with any code pre-flashed? What will happen if I give it power? Father Ted says the difference between standard and professional software is not all that much.
Tony Pico
Tricky Ricky
V2
says my last job title was too long to put on any of their forms.
Tony Pico V2 comes with MicroPython installed.
Unable Maker says, John, you have a title.
Matachi says engineer.
Good, if I could do this a bit faster, that'd be great. Careful not to knock the caps. So I just looked up, that's what that pause was.
Mako says Ian, you need a big red mute button.
I need a what? Big red mute button. No.
Zip Tie says, so the caps are the right way around?
Tony Lemon says professional equals dedication to the task, not a piece of paper.
I'm definitely going to have to flip the caps as well. Cable tie, thanks. They're definitely the wrong way. That was a joke, folks. Systems architect. Systems architect. Yep. That's a cool...
Beak says professional means being paid.
See, I don't believe that's correct. Lots of people get paid and are not professional.
Zip Tie says mission specialist.
My title is Stuff Up Specialist. Am I halfway? I think I'm halfway. Oh, I'll tell you what, my eyes are getting sore.
Kevin says if you can support a family from your profession, that makes you a professional in my book.
Matachi says it's only a problem because you're live streaming.
Mako says Ian coffee time.
Unable Maker says a site for sore eyes.
Dave Hines says job title equals head cook and bottle washer.
Chief Packer, that's my title. Yeah, but supporting your family doesn't...
Tony Lemon says lots of people who don't get paid are professional state emergency service.
Correct.
Dutch Taurus says don't forget to blink.
Bruce Segel says cub fifth time.
Ian Scott Johnston says hi all.
Hello, Ian.
Tricky Ricky says I've had so many over the years all ending with engineer, now they just start with retired.
Beak says don't blink.
Definitely going to need a break in a second. Oh, my back.
Mako says Ian, that is why I said the big red button. You can slam it if some TTS interferes with what you are saying.
No, it's
Beak
okay.
says my job title is at Mangler, which is scary.
Mangler. Mine should be Destroyer of Worlds. My job title.
Dave Hines says need to sleep. Night owl.
Catch you later, Dave. Thanks for joining. Well, let's never make this mistake again, folks. Okay?
Beak says I need to work out how to replace MicroPython with Arduino.
You don't replace it. You plug it in your flash Arduino. There's no replacement. Just flash your code. As long as you've got your board file set up.
Tony Lemon says I am software developer so well paid button pusher.
Beak says that's simple.
Just make sure you got your ESP32 board stuff installed. And then just flash it.
Matachi says delete the stream, it's just between us.
Yeah.
Unable Maker says tea time.
Okay, enjoy.
Photochromax says flash it, then ship it.
Beak says asked to describe what I do, I describe it as I heard haunted rocks.
Tricky Ricky says did software VNV for a few years, that was fun.
So my title when I had my games company was Chief Code Monkey.
Mako says Ian never drink tea.
Yeah, I drink tea sometimes.
Father Ted says I can't wait to watch this video tomorrow.
Do you know what? Even sped up 2 times would still be too slow.
Beak says remember property is theft.
So my business cards used to actually say Chief Code Monkey.
Iverson says imagine the Enganads working on the Apollo program were not worthy lol.
Ian Scott Johnston says hell of a job they're seeing.
Matachi says just did some Benny Hill music.
Tony Lemon says buy a bigger pick and place machine.
Beak says I drink tea with milk, which my Dutch colleagues think very weird.
Yeah, I drink tea with milk as well. Yeah, I'm not going to spend $150,000 on a bigger pick and place machine just to pick and place a logo.
Photochromax says what about Chief Monkey Tester?
No.
Kevin says tea with milk is the only way.
Mako says Ian Rant1, slightly _ smiling _ face.
Beak says is a chief monkey tester someone who tests monkeys?
That's right.
Jay says so 1080 LEDs you should get about 30 hertz.
So once again, I don't need to get fast refresh. I'm not trying to play.
Rick the moderator
video.
says when can we order those logos in your web shop?
Yeah, each one's going to be
Ian
one.
Scott Johnston says my dad is an ex-boat builder. His business card says retired pirate on it.
Beak says I think Ian is gonna hurt more than 30.
That's very funny. I'm pretty sure these logos are going to be $1 million each. If you want to pay me $1 million, I'll make you one. No problem. I'll even put them on backwards LEDs and then put them on forwards for you again. For $1 million.
Tony Lemon says 1 million rubles.
No.
Tricky Ricky says this is faster than watching my sub count go up. Slightly sad face. YouTube gives with one hand and takes with the other.
Beak says which kind of dollars?
Bruce Segel says start a Kickstarter for custom large logos. Raise $1 million. Buy giant pick and place. Done.
Photochromax says I will do the same for $500,000.
I'd get Ivan Miranda to build me a massive pick and place machine.
Beak says anyone else got deja vu?
Deja vu of what? Oh. Interesting. I just thought of something. Hang on. I need to switch camera for a second.
Tony Lamont says deja vu again.
Deja vu again. That's funny. What's if I
Tricky
do
Ricky
this?
says 30,000 rubles is about 214 pounds. Jay says I'm not mentioning it for fastness but for specifications, but now that you say that, you may not get 800 kilohertz bus speed with such a long.
Beak says anyone else got deja vu?
Oh, that's interesting. What's happening here? Why is this not? Weird. Okay. I'm curious to know whether... Can you see where I'm working? Maybe. I don't think you'll be able to see exactly what I'm
says,
doing.
Give it a minute. Rubble dropping like a rock.
Yeah, so you can't really see everything I'm doing. How's that view? Is that good for anyone?
Mako says better though.
Tony Lamont says good.
Okay.
Beak says I've said it before and I'll say it again. I don't like to repeat myself.
Howard says that works.
Matatrici says placing by hand is still quicker than using a charm high.
Well, you have to pick them all up off the floor if you use a charm high. That's the problem. If I move it and it's not under the microscope, I'm sorry. I can't see where it is. I've got to move it to where it's comfortable for me.
Photochromax says put the logo on the floor and problem solved.
Beak says are they 180 or 90 degrees out of alignment?
180. Upside down.
Ian Scott Johnston says don't nudge the board, Cian.
Howard says watching this is oddly engaging.
Is it really engaging? Can I reach? Can I reach? That's the question.
Mako says see and don't sneeze.
Sure.
Mako says what did I just say?
You said Sion don't sneeze. That wasn't a real sneeze, you know that, right? That was a fakey. Hey Ian, what did you say before? You said something and I missed it.
Matatrici says Cian fakes it.
I'm faking it right now. This isn't actually really happening. This is all a simulation. It's a 3D rendering.
Beak says Cian makes it.
Ian Scott Johnston says don't nudge the board, Cian.
Jay says of course, these are kinda like cheap Christmas lights if one LED fails, The whole string after it may fail.
Rick the moderator says we are all in the Matrix.
Oh, don't nudge the board.
Howard says life is a simulation.
Don't nudge the board. Yep. Let's not put LEDs on upside down again, okay? We should strive to not do that again.
Iverson says simulation hypothesis.
Tricky Ricky says new TV show coming up, flipping LEDs.
Instead of flipping houses. That's really funny.
Photochromax says sorry for the question you probably already answered. How many LEDs are on the logo?
In total, about, I think, 1,060 or 1,030, something, over 1,000. And on this PCB, it's approximately 400-ish. I don't know. I can't
Beak
remember.
says how much smoke would 400 LEDs let out?
Burn the house down. These are low-powered LEDs. So...
Photochromax says thanks for the answer, Cian.
No problem. They're low power, so they shouldn't be too bad. And
Roger says 15 mAh max per LED.
Tony Lamont says best reality TV ever.
Thanks. And I've got control over what I do with them, right? It's not like I'm going to, you know, make a board with LEDs on it, sell it to someone, and then they can do silly things with it. Like, I can cap the power use, no problem.
Kevin says good night everyone. Enjoy the tedium face with tears of joy.
Thanks, Kevin. Have a good sleep.
Jay says these LEDs are 1 mAh. Tricky Ricky says with a board that big I always get somebody else to do. Best part of being in design.
No, 5
Beak
milliamp.
says good night, Kevin.
5 milliamp per channel instead of 20 milliamps per channel on a normal WS. So they're a quarter the power. I'm going up and down now just because it's better for my hand and easier than having to move the board back and forwards all the time.
Mike says Cian could record this and play it back after the stream and no one would even notice.
Wouldn't notice what? That I was flipping LEDs? I think they might.
Jay says are these LEDs not SK6805 AC15?
Yes, they are.
Tony Lamont says in a few years you can get your kids to help.
My kids will never help. They're not interested. Which is fine.
Tricky Ricky says better to find out before we flow than after.
Absolutely.
Jay says my data sheet says 1 mAh.
1 milliamp? Nah, that's not right. I'm pretty sure it's 5. I guess we'll know when we test it.
Roger says regular SK6812 at 12 mAh per channel, not 20 mAh, hence the name.
Are they? No, but that's regular SK. I said compared to WS. But the WS2812B, that's not 12
Jay
milliamps per
says, I'm
channel.
sorry, one my is static power consumption.
Yeah, that's a bit different, isn't it?
Mike says having a cheeky lamington with my morning hot beverage.
You go, what? A cheeky, lamington.
Sven says there are also low-power WS2812 low-power LEDs. I believe they are called WS2812C instead of B. They also have 5 mAh per channel.
Yep, I know. I'm talking about, I just said regular WS. You know, what people consider just a regular NeoPixel LED. In a 50-50 or 35-35 package. Anyway, doesn't really matter. The point is, all the LEDs are getting better, power-wise, which is great. Just unnecessary for them to take so much power. Oh, my scope's in the way. Okay.
Beak says, do you have good insulated gloves to keep your hands from burning?
Mataturchi says a flame effect will look really good on that logo.
A what will look good on the logo? Flame effect, right. Okay, I think that's it. I flipped them all.
Beak says
sure.
flame effect.
Flame effect. Yep.
Dutch Taurus says it's gonna be plenty bright enough, lol.
Probably. I'm pretty sure I flipped them all. I'm just going to do a quick look. I'm going to go this way.
K. Vaughan says carefully, very carefully.
Mataturchi says they were the right way the first time.
That's pretty funny. If they were the right way the first time and I just wrecked them, I'd take this board and put it in the rubbish bin. Okay.
Hodges says those tracks look like a long snake game.
Jay says 1 mAh static means that with no LED turned on, 1.08 amps will be drawn. 5-watt heater you have there when all LEDs off.
Yep. That is true.
Beak says for those who have just joined us, the boards are sponsored by PCBWay.
Thank you very much. Yes, they are. Oops. Okay, I think they're all good. They're all good. So, let's...
Mike says, will this be brighter than the fire panel?
Than the what panel? Okay, let's keep going, shall we? Except I can't get the cap down now. That was annoying.
Mike says the beep for panel.
The beep panel? I don't know what a beep panel is.
Intimate Tech says yes. Still going. Nice.
Yeah, that's because I just spent a whole bunch of time turning the LEDs around because they were the wrong way.
Michael says here the chat appears later than the TDS sound.
Yeah, I know it does. Pretty crazy, huh?
Photochromax says here, will you add a MOSFET to cut the power line when all LEDs are off?
No.
Beak says the beep is the home assistant we shall not name.
I don't have a 20 amp MOSFET. So, no.
Fire Developer says hello.
Hello. Hello, Fire Developer. Trying to get some of these caps on. This is where I'm going to have to be careful not to lean on into and smudge. Oh, this, yeah. I don't know if I can reach.
Beak says Fire Developer is like the evolution of the Fire Starter, Twisted Fire Starter.
Need a bigger table.
Mike says better than Flash Developer, am I right?
You are right. Or Macromedia Director Developer. What was it? Microsoft's version? Silverlight. Silverlight Developer. God, those were the days.
Ian H. says, is Ian looking forward to the start of the football season? There is still hope before a game is played.
Ian Scott Johnston says, need a Scottish voice.
Set your name to Fiona.
Mike says I still have my Macromedia Advanced Developer Certificate.
Fire Developer says yes. I was evolved with a Firestone, face underscore with underscore tongue.
Okay. Get some more LEDs on. Maybe I'll have a sip of coffee. What do you reckon? What do you sound like
Ian
now?
Scott Johnston says a bit better.
Yes.
Maxie says here's a question for you, Cian. If you could restart and do any job career you wanted, what would you be and why?
Matt says iced coffee.
Honey Badger says stretch the back a little.
Honey
Beak says
Badger.
I'm much more careful with fire than I was in my youth. It's a decade or more since I set a river in fire.
Bruce Segal says I'm having a nice latte.
I'm having a cold latte. What would I like if I could reset and start again? What job would I like to have? Really, or what career? Really? Jesus. That's a really good. That's a good question. I don't know. No idea. Today's not the day to ask me.
Jay says these LEDs say 0.1 watt. Isn't the 20 mAh 5 volt?
Photochromax says drug dealer is not an option.
What's not an option?
Ian Scott Johnston says Cian would be an LED assembler.
No, I would not. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. Today's not the day to ask me. Yeah, no idea.
Photochromax says drug dealer / poacher. Mako says he and I guess you'd be the same person, so having the same interests and the same hobby job.
Tricky Ricky says I've a few bits of paper with do 178B in big letters on them.
Mike says proctologist.
Well, I've already been a drug dealer, so I've already done that one. It's not that exciting, really. Yeah, I don't know. I often don't sit and speculate about things like that when it's never going to happen, right? So as I said before, I'm a realist. I don't really spend a lot of time.
Matachi says, I think you done good, Cian.
I've done okay. Thank you.
Untethered Robot says, any new boards coming to the store?
Mako sells legal drugs from the pharmacy, I guess. _smiling_face.
Ian Scott Johnston says it's the big what if.
Beak says a virtual realist.
Ian H says structural engineer. Travel the world and build so millions could gaze at your wonderful erections.
Can you change your voice, Ian? That's really hard to understand. Hi, by the way. Oh, someone said something. Hang on. Any new boards? Netherlands, was it? Oh, Untethered Robot. Any new boards coming? New boards, or not at the moment. I mean, I've got lots in development, but I'll have my tiny S3s back in stock soon. Oh, it's raining. I've got a lot, yeah. My Reflow Master Pro soon. My Laser Shark soon. And then I've got so many other things that are just stalled right now. Yeah. Only so much one person can do.
Howard says my order of S3 Feathers and Pros has arrived here in Bermuda.
Yay!
Jay says, Cian, so you have a 5-volt supply and 6 amps?
I have a 30 amp 5 volt supply that I'll be using, at least to start with.
Unable Maker says I was away. I see you placing now. Have you changed all the others around Uxie?
Jay says no, Jay.
Yep, I've fixed them all and I'm back to placing. And this time I'm placing them the correct way. For a change.
Matachi says, how far are you from John Oxer?
About an hour, depending on traffic.
Unable Maker says Excelland.
Between 50 minutes and an hour and a half, depending on traffic. We're on opposite
Wagon Lord
sides.
says you forgot to call me.
Noxie says, Cian, if you could have one of these superpowers, which would it be and why? Mortality, ability to fly, or X-ray vision?
Beak says, how far is it if you cycle?
Ability to fly, I think.
Mako says, Cian, have you met John?
Yeah. Yes, I've met John, been to his house, hung out some places. Yep. We chat a bit. Not a huge amount because he's busy, I'm busy, but yep.
Jay says,
we keep in
Cian,
touch.
how did you choose your LED spacing?
My LED spacing was about, I chose it to fit 7 LEDs this way across this section. So 7 is, you can do fonts with 5
Beak
or
says,
6.
will you ever visit Europe?
But 7 is really the minimum for a nice looking font. So that allows me to display text down the arms of the letters. So that was my spacing. I've been to Europe quite a few times actually. 3 times I think. I've been around a lot of Europe, travelling. I lived in the UK for a year when I was younger.
Wagon Lord says text 7x9.
7x5 is a good size font if you want to fit a lot of text in.
Beak says, the UK, you poor thing.
The UK was fine. And it was a good launching pad to go to other places. But I lived and worked there for a year. And then travelled around Europe.
Tricky Ricky says now the outside air temp is up to 16 C. The heating is working better.
Mike says, what sweater? Europe or Melbourne?
What's what? I hope you're exotic. I hope you're wearing more than just a t-shirt. Like, you might want to clarify. Anyway, what's wetter, Europe or Melbourne? Oh, Europe. But
Beak says I also had trousers on as well.
good. Thank you. Just to need the clarification. Wouldn't want anyone to take that the wrong way, that's all, you know. Oh, this is excellent fun.
Unable Maker says, was that serving in bars at Earl's Court?
No. I was working professionally. Before I started my games company,
Beak says, ooh, that's low.
I was in the IT sector, but no, not doing desktop support. I used to design and build LANs and WANs. So, yeah. And support.
Mike says,
LANs
good
and
old structured cabling.
Yeah, well, it's all really actually not a lot of
Jay
fun.
says, are you going to test this one character before populating other?
Absolutely.
Beak says I am redoing the network at work. 'Tis good fun.
Yeah, well, at least these days you can do a network with some pretty sophisticated gear. Try using...
Load says, what game did you make that was most popular?
And I'll get back to that in a second if I remember. Yeah, try doing it with
Matachi says in
old
moderation.
Try doing it with old hardware, with really old switches with cows and lambs and freaking coax running everywhere and yeah. Anyway, so what was my most popular game in terms of downloads?
Beak says, yeah, we have 20 Gbps fiber at work, but I've worked in networking since the last millennium.
Mike says BNC.
BNC, yay. Probably the most downloaded game was Pac-Man
Tricky
256.
Ricky says, back in the novel network days and 10 base T.
The 10 base T's, there was plenty of crap before 10 base T. Probably Pac-Man 256 in terms of downloads.
Robbie says, are the good old days of thicknet and taps.
But, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say because I release games on different platforms. So, like on Steam,
Howard
probably...
says, good old cheaper net.
Yeah, I don't know. Probably the most enjoyable game I made was...
Load says, are your games still available?
Photochromax says, my first job place had a Cook's network.
Was Fight the Dragon was probably the most proudest game I've made. My games are still available on Steam and some of them on the App Store, iOS App Store. I think Google's blocked most
Beak
of my games
says I
now.
have a pile of thicknet transceivers on the shelf.
Thicknet, yeah. Yeah, hard to say. My biggest breakout game was my Cubemen game, my original Cubemen. That's what launched my new games company at the time. So
Jay says, yeah, things like Lantasty before 10 base T.
was that?
Beak says, what happened to your games company?
Well, I had two. I sold my first one, and the company I sold it to over the next 12 months destroyed it. And my second one that I started up, it's still kind of around. I don't know. I shut it down. I stopped making games. I didn't enjoy making games anymore, so I stopped. But
Matt says you should make a game we can play on the Logo Pac-Man or something.
yeah, I'm just not into making games anymore. There's no joy in it for me anymore. I stopped making games because games...
Mike says, ever have an itch to make a new game?
No. Making games is not about entertaining people anymore. It's about getting people to click.
Tricky Ricky says the big problem was the painters undoing the coax connectors all the time.
Yeah. Anyway, no fun in it. So I got out at a good time. Just as it was becoming...
Wagon Load says make a Pac-Man that runs around your logo.
Nah.
Mike says advertisements ruined it.
Yeah, it just became a race to the bottom. It just became a... How do you get people to... How do you monetize people? It all came about less about entertainment and more about monetizing.
Jay says yeah, coax from Machine to Machine series with N Terminator plugs. BNC.
But look, I did well with games. I had a very successful game
Unable
company.
Maker says like programs that you just rent.
Programs that you rent is okay. I don't have a problem with the subscription model at all. I have a problem with people taking advantage of it, but as a model, there's nothing wrong with it.
Mike says, I wonder if that's how Zuckerberg now feels about Facey.
It's just that games itself used to be about...
says I do.
Rick the moderator says, and then Flappy Bird came around and ruined it all.
It wasn't Flappy Bird. It was getting ruined well before that, but it wasn't about entertaining people. It was about retention. You had to keep people around for 3 days, 7 days, 10 days, 14 days.
Mako says here, the loop thing.
The what thing?
Unable Maker says hacks are quite good.
The what thing? What did I miss? No, not loot.
Mako says loot.
No, it was the metrics. Games became about metrics. You had to hit certain download.
Matt says cloud and subscription models such as
Photochromax says people became the product.
Beak says how many LEDs left? Tony Lemont says try working with poker machines networked by fiber optics.
Anyway, look, the metric stuff's complex. Yeah, it's way too complex for me to go into now. But it just became it just wasn't fun. And it became real expensive to make games. Like, it was just like the cost of making games.
Chris says still making games, and it's getting worse. D.
Mr. England, you're saying it's getting, yeah, well, it's always going to keep getting worse. It can't get better. But yeah, I wasn't having fun anymore, so I stopped. Because who wants to do things? I was very lucky. I was in a position where I could do that.
Jerry says Farmville made tons of money by suckering folks on in-game charges.
But it's not suckering folks. Sorry. That's, yeah, sorry. That's not suckering folks. But anyway, doesn't matter. I'm not going to go into it. I was very lucky. I was able to shut it down. Well, as it shut it down as it stopped.
Unable Maker says unfair when in games people can buy upgrades.
Mike says pressuring kids who pressure their parents for App Store credits.
I've obviously got very strong opinions about the game stuff, so I'm just going to stay. I'm not going to go into it. I've been on both sides of the fence, so you know. We're getting there, folks. We're getting there. How long have I been going for? 2.5 hours. Okay. I probably won't break my stream record, but we'll see how we go.
Beak says cryptocurrency mining had really messed up PC gaming.
Chris says I enjoy working on client and server code, and microcontrollers are my fun these days.
Unable Maker says how long will reflow take?
Honey Badger says tea drinking pinky extended again for precision placing.
Yeah. I'm no, because I don't want to. I'm trying not to touch the board. I'm not letting my hand on it. At some point, I'm going to stick my hand in the paste, and it'll be my pinky that does it first. Trust me. How long will it take to reflow? I don't know, because I have to. It's going to be a really bizarre reflow attempt. Like, if I put my little finger like this, I'm going to knock the paste. It's better it's out of the way. This is getting harder though to reach. And even once I reflow.
See and bind pinky with tape, slightly _ face.
Even when I reflow this, I still have to then add components on the back. And then I have to work out how I'm going to temporarily power it. So yeah, we've got a little way to go still.
Wagon Load says, do you have a manually operate pick and place machine?
Mike says reflowing
Yes,
on the
my
30x30 mini hot plate.
Matachi says grab some tongs out of the kitchen.
Photogirl Max says good night to everyone. I need some rest.
Catch you later.
Enjoy the reflow with an MHP 30.
See you, Max.
Unable Maker says a nice touch when drinking tea out of a china cup.
Okay, I'm going to have to rotate the board now. And rotate the LEDs. I know that was off the
Fox
screen.
says user is stressed like signwriters use.
Jay says set up your serial link to 800 kilohertz, or do you already have software written?
I don't have any software written, no.
Iverson says just duct tape the pinky to your hand. Slightly smiling face.
Just levitate the PCB.
Rick the moderator says just flash a LED on it.
Wagon Load says that is trick to remember LED rotation.
There's no trick. I know which way's up.
Beak says how big is your hot plate?
Not big enough. All the LEDs are the same way. So I just need to make sure that they're oriented the same way when I put them down. Now that they're the correct way.
Matachi says draw a big arrow on the middle section to remind you of orientation.
No. It's fine
Beak
now.
says why hot plate rather than hot air?
Because hot air is too concentrated. And it's going to be very hard to
Unable
move.
Maker says can you use a blowtorch to solder it?
It'll be very hard to move around the board and get even heating around it and not burn or damage the LEDs. So hot plate, hot air from underneath would be better, but I can't hold the board in any way to be able to hot air it from underneath. So I'm gonna have to hot plate it and just move it around. Yeah, hold it with some tongs or with pliers. That's why I've kept the edge rails on. And then I can hold the edges and move it around the hot plate. I'll do it on camera, kind of. It'll be difficult.
Matachi says Elon Musk flamethrower.
Yeah, I don't want to destroy the board.
Mike says, is there such a thing as reflowing with the laser CNC?
Wagon Load says, are these LEDs the easy melt ones you tested months ago?
No, well, these are, no, not the 1212 ones. But I've been using these LEDs for ages on all my boards. There is, you can't use a normal CNC, but there is laser reflow technology out there. It won't work with an LED like this, where the pads are underneath. But it literally shoots a laser and targets the pads, and reflows the pads, solders the pads. It's pretty cool. I mean, they're only about $500,000 each, so a little out of my price range at the moment. I need to get those caps on. They're in a really awkward position.
Bruce Segel says, I put someone's hand support over in Discord.
Matachi says, I have seen videos of it. Are they actually in production?
No idea. I mean, I would assume so. Wouldn't be...
Wolf says the pads could be bigger for the laser to hit it.
Okay. You'd only be doing that if you were specifically using a laser to reflow. I still wouldn't put a laser anywhere near the edge of the LED. Like, I don't see what the point would be. The laser's hot enough to reflow the paste, hot enough to destroy the plastic.
Wagon Load says the hot air gun burned the board if you heated it from underneath.
Sorry, what was that? No, it won't burn the board.
Matachi says it was extremely slow.
The laser one? Possibly. Anyway.
Mako Celsian, how's the show laser doing?
I've not really had time to work on any more of the laser code. Yeah. It's just another of my projects that are sitting there waiting for some time. Just like my optical inspection. Just like my tiny I2C display boards. It's like my FPGAs. There's just too many things I want to do. And I have to prioritize.
Mako says okay, so it's not broken.
No, it's not broken. I still haven't designed a case for it. A nice woodworking project. Yeah, I've seen those for placing. Bruce posted in Discord. I've seen those, and I was thinking of making one for this project, but
Formula One says
not
just
the right
not
type of
enough
tool.
hours in a day.
Not the right type
Matachi
of tool.
says I could hand solder quicker than the laser thing go.
Deke says I opened a project I started 3 years ago and over half the parts aren't in stock anywhere.
Mako says I was worried the cheap Heli laser unit with the mirrors could fail mechanically, or even the laser LED.
Okay.
Mike says, thanks PCBWay.
Tricky Ricky says I got a laser for my display. Will 20 watts be enough?
20 watts? Mine's 300 milliwatts. 20 watts will put a hole in your wall. So yeah, just be careful. I know you're probably joking. But if you're not...
Mako says, did you hear what I said?
No, I did not, Mako.
Unable Maker says you could use a pizza oven.
I don't have a pizza oven. So, it doesn't really matter, does it? You can only use what I got.
Mako says I was worried the cheap alley laser unit with the mirrors could fail mechanically or even the laser's head.
Beak says MM
You need to pick a different voice, Mako. Too hard to understand that voice. Cheap alley laser with the mirrors could...
Rick the moderator says a 20 watts laser will make a hole in your head.
Jerry says got to go, my sister wants to chat. Hopefully be back to see the test.
Bruce Sager says that it's a good reason to buy one. Mike says just don't put pineapple on your PCB.
Mako, you can't use a laser like that. There's special lasers
Noxie
to
says I wonder if you could add an additional copper plane in the PCB as an element, to be used to reflow itself if you pass current through it.
Maybe. Maybe for low temp, but I'm not sure I'd want to do that though.
Beak says yes, do not put pineapple on printed circuit boards.
Pineapple goes with everything. Sorry. Including pizza. Okay.
Mako says the laser unit you're using uses mirrors to bend the light, right?
Beak says I didn't say pizza, I said printed circuit board.
Michael Hemming says banana on pizza.
Mafterchi says nope.
You said pineapple doesn't go on printed circuit board. I said pineapple goes on everything, including pizza.
Tony Lemon says +1 for pineapple on pizza.
Noxie says how about pineapple with peanut butter, Ian?
Pineapple on peanut butter? On anything. Pineapple goes with anything.
Wagon Load says would ironing board ironwork to reflow.
Beak says will you add pineapple to this board?
Iverson says no pineapple on pizza. Grinning face.
Jay says pineapple.
Mako, yeah, my laser uses mirrors.
Mafterchi says pineapple belongs in a fruit salad only.
All CO2 lasers use mirrors. That LED looks a bit funky.
Unable Maker says pineapple doesn't go with roast potatoes.
Of course it does. Goes with everything.
Mako says I love Hawaii pizza.
How many more have I got? Anyone counting?
Beak says now I'm getting hungry.
Mike says pineapple after brushing your teeth.
Pineapple flavoured toothpaste. Yum. Okay.
Iverson says that's just wrong.
Wagon Load says about 70 leads left.
Really? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Mafterchi says okay, that could be a thing.
No, a bit more than that left.
Noxie says okay, I have one. Pineapple on banana, C and low.
Jay says 91 left.
Thanks, Jay. That's much closer.
Q Mizell says howdy all.
Howdy. Oh, Keen, you got to change your voice. You missed all the fun, Keen. I put half the LEDs on
Mako
and they were
says
upside
put
down.
pineapples or I'll put one on your pizzas.
Tricky Ricky says eat too much pineapple and you have no teeth to clean.
Think of how much time you'd save every day.
Mafterchi says you sound constipated.
Wagon Load says voice test.
Mike says test passed.
Test failed. Unit test failed.
Keen Maisel says is this better?
Much better. You can also change your nickname. You should change it to JBC Master.
Unable Maker says 1010.
Jay says my favorite if only one to choose is mango.
Yeah, mango. Keen, I'll change it to JBC Slave. That's more like it.
Noxie says, let's have a voice, everyone. Out of 10, what are the chances this works first time? Place your votes now.
My watch says I should stand up.
Pierre says no.
Not wrong.
Master says I'm broke.
Beak says 69.
Unable Maker says 6.
Him says over by 2 on working.
Mako says, Cian, can you start a poll?
Tony Lemont says 10 or boom.
No, I'm not starting a poll. Well, I can, but my choice is start a poll or keep placing LEDs.
Wolf says 42.
Create a poll. Will the
Rick the moderator says 4.
First time. Yes or no? I'm just doing a yes or no.
Not my real name says the answer to everything is 42.
Wolf says, how hard does your pinky already burn?
Him says yes.
Pierre says, remember that one wrong and the whole string after doesn't work.
That's correct.
Mike says, how many times have those tweezers stabbed you this morning?
None. None. Oh, listen to the birds. Can you hear the birds? Jesus.
Jay says yeah, but that makes it easy to find the issue also.
Honey Badger says yes.
Beak says, are they special tweezers?
Nope, normal.
Bruce says, bird attack. Mike says, hello, cockies.
Unable Maker says yes.
Mako says, a flock flying past.
Jay says that vote you just started. What does work mean?
Not my real name says have your fingers ever had jitters when placing parts?
Beak says those birds remind that a parent was sat in the balcony this morning announcing loudly that it was in lonely.
No jitters. No.
Him says if it doesn't work, Cian has to eat Marmite.
What does doesn't work mean? Well, or work means? Well, I guess it's not so much will there be a bad LED.
Franzakan says, are those iFixit tweezers?
Are they what tweezers? I mean, will the PCB work? Not will there be a bad LED on there? That's what, yeah. Like, did I design the PCB correctly? That's the
Rayburn
question.
says, kookaburras.
Kookaburras. Oh, I need a 300. Do I have a 300?
Jay says okay. It was about 102 when you actually asked the question. Wasn't sure about that last row.
Mako says, see and I fix it.
Him says doesn't means no light at all.
Unable Maker says okay, now you are covering bases to fix vote.
No, I'm not covering bases. Oh, you can make it mean whatever you want to make it mean. I don't care. I'm less worried about the LEDs and if there's a bad LED or, you know, if it breaks the chain or whatever.
Mako says, Fran asked if they are from iFixit.
No, they're not. They're just No.
Unable Maker says ha ha ha.
Him says magic smoke means failure.
For me, I'm talking about, have I wired up the level shifter correctly? Have I wired up the power planes correctly? That type of stuff. Yeah? That's what I'm... Yeah. That's what I'm curious
Jay
about.
says, well, if you can't root in 2 out,
If I can't what?
Pierre says PCB will be okay, LED will not be okay, at least one will be off.
Matachi says it will work, maybe just a couple LEDs view wrong way.
Mako says see and hope the paste is still moist enough.
Yeah. I think it's okay. If not, I have to rework some LEDs. Okay.
Deke says, with that many LEDs, how much smoke will we get?
Matachi says you're a professional.
Tricky Ricky says doesn't work means don't meet expectations, so no light could meet expectations.
Bruce says which brand paste is it?
It's chip quick, thermally stable,
Pro
low
Engineer
temp,
says
no
Hessian.
clean.
Great to see you taking the lead to get this project started. Hard work, but will be stellar when it's done.
I hope so. Thanks, mate. Assuming that I can address all the LEDs and make it do stuff. Yep, I think it'll be awesome. How many left? Anyone? Bueller?
Pierre says how many LEDs?
Jay says Cian is gonna double check the orientation before he reflows, isn't he?
Nope.
Yummy Paste says magic smoke means power is connected.
Master says so you've been at this for 2 hours?
Him says a lot.
Simon says touch your nose, Ian. Mako says hi Aaron, forgot to spot you also. You came in late, eh?
Pro Engineer says there's definitely 69 left here.
Dun, dun, dun. 51 people still watching on the stream.
Mako says low brains still work.
Okay.
Mike says the silence before the smoke.
Jay says about 50 left.
Tell you what, that the M is going to take a long time.
Pierre says what did you use for TTS?
Him says 40 left.
This is just my Mac. I'm just using the Mac TTS, Mac OS TTS, which is awesome. And a Python script.
Yummy Paste says time to K the Hall I50 music.
Tony Lamont says more listening than watching.
Probably. But that's the point, they can listen now, because of the text-to-speech.
Noxie says what's this about the Tasmanian tiger been spotted in the wild recently even though it was supposed to be extinct?
Really?
Jay says I see now about 40, yeah.
Him says all the final countdown.
Rhoda says time to advertise Unexpected Streams channel.
Why, because I'm getting close. I should have started the stream now. Can't believe you're still awake, Rhoda. What's going on?
Mako says seeing an impromptu stream midweek, seeing I miss them often as they start too late. Mike
Yeah,
says for
sorry.
anyone blind or visually impaired, 2 hours in and he is still placing leads.
Yeah, I do my
Rick
unexpected
the
ones.
moderator says midnight here.
I do them when it suits me. Just, you know, whenever I'm ready for one. So sorry about that.
Keen says they start too early.
Yummy Paste says CN, do you have those giant spiders near where you live?
Oh,
Mako
dude.
says midnight here too. Roger says me neither already and half asleep, but I want to see it light up.
You should see the spider I found the other day. Holy shit, I took photos before I sent it to its maker. I'll show you a photo once this is done. You gotta remind me. It was... It was lounging around on my front
Noxie
fence.
says don't worry about all this man-made time waffle. We're all on the same body clock. Don't forget.
Father Ted says I thought it was at least Friday.
It's been Friday for a week now.
Pro Engineer says, was it a huntsman?
Keen says, have we worked out how to reflow the space?
Matachi says huntsmen, they are scary but harmless.
Yummy Paste says, was spider larger than your hand? Him says 26 to go.
I'm going to hot plate it, okay? With some difficulty.
Tony Lemon says it's day.
Jay says that final check could only take about 3 to 7 minutes.
Only. I'm pretty over staring at these LEDs, let me tell you.
Pierre says how big a hot plate?
Not big enough. 150 by 150. So, yeah. I'm going to have to hot plate it and move it as
Beak
it's going.
says the challenge is not knocking the LEDs out of alignment while setting up the hot plate.
Difficulty is going to be showing you the hot plate going. Because it's quite tall.
Him says, and we down to the final 20.
Pierre says that's just the first letter of the logo, is it?
That's correct. With the least amount of LEDs. I mean, if I wouldn't have put them on
Unable
upside
Neighbor
down...
says, does dropping to board off the hot plate count as a fail?
Pierre says
Stream
yay.
fail. Yes.
Mako says seeing the TTS doesn't work when starting with low.
Well, don't start it with LOL.
Pro Engineer says, I can't even make out the alignment markers on the LEDs. How are you managing to maintain orientation?
Skills, buddy. Skills.
Noxie says put the PCB on a baking tray on an electric ceramic hob low face with tears of joy.
Jerry says I'm back.
Rick the moderator says lol.
Matachi says I've had a huntsman drop in my lap when folding down the sun visor in my car. It was a little frightening.
Yep.
Him says it's the final countdown to launch 10, 9, ETC.
The last section. Six more.
Yummy Paste says, what was the total number of LEDs on the U?
I don't know. I didn't count them. Can't remember. Sorry. A lot? So how long did I waste having to flip them? Did anyone know? Half an hour? 40 minutes, maybe?
Yummy Paste says 5 to go.
2 to go.
Robbie says 5, 4.3, 2.1.
Last
Jay
one.
says Cian can see through the upper surface into the substrate.
Last
Matachi
one.
says yup, not long.
Him says approx 30 minutes.
Noxie says 33 minutes and 27 seconds.
Done.
Pierre says yay.
They're all on.
Wolf says congrats.
Gonna
Keen
just
says whoop.
turn that off. So,
Matachi says don't trip.
Pro Engineer says, woohoo, well done, mate.
Robbie says ship it.
Jay says he is orienting by looking onto the die from above.
Yummy Paste says don't drop it.
I'm trying not to. I am just
Him
checking.
says steady hands are needed, go slow and keep it under 1 mile per hour.
Just checking all the caps are on. They are. Okay. Cool. Okay, well.
John Mayer King says she's a work of art.
She is a work of
Pierre
art.
says baking time. Wolf says it's a nice M.
Maybe my logo will just be the U from now on. Maybe I'll never do the M.
Good luck now.
Okay, now we need to reflow it. So the first thing I need to do is...
Madatuchi says she's Bonza.
Him says that certainly looks like a U.
Bonza. Okay.
Pro Engineer says in the immortal words of C-3PO, who I can't bear to watch.
Noxie says 61% of people on the stream believe in UCN.
Jay says don't leave that hanging over the desk edge.
Rayburn says stop moving it. I'm trying to count.
Rick the moderator says lol.
Father Ted says fingers crossed.
Mako says cooking with Cian.
Wolf says using a clever mirror setup and you don't need to make the other PCB.
I don't know if this is gonna... if you're gonna be able to see what's happening. I do...
Honey Badger says just the U with the M as lit up LEDs.
Don't know if this is going to be in focus.
Keen says this just proves how crazy you all are.
Yep.
Noxie says I'm pretty sure that thing needs a power cable by the way, Cian.
Yeah, I know.
Unable Maker says you need to plug it in.
Him says is that a Chinese reflow plate. Everyone stand well back.
You're all so funny. So funny. Okay.
Madatuchi says ooh pancake time.
Jay says ROFL.
Michael says make sure it's set to 120 volts.
I don't think so.
Unable Maker says is the plate Earth?
Him says is that a Charm High logo I see on the back.
No. No Charm High logo. Okay, so... turn the temperature
Tony
down.
Lemon says, wow, how much did that cost?
Pro Engineer says I'm not saying that I'm holding my breath right now, but I'm pretty sure my face is not supposed to be blue.
Beak says have you added the flux capacitor?
Wolf says ain't touch it.
Okay, so I'm setting it to
Him
165
says,
degrees.
wow.
Tricky Ricky says just what I was thinking, Fred.
Michael says I'll call 000.
Keen says the truth will soon be revealed.
Okay, I'm putting it on.
Mako says Cian don't burn your hands.
Yummy Paste says what are the mains voltage they're seeing?
240 volts. So
Noxie says do the tongue test to make sure it's up to temperature. It's what the manual suggests from Charm High.
Him says solder smoke is not magic smoke. No one panic.
Madatuchi says really that got hot quick.
Pro Engineer says 240 volts, the best kind of those.
Abuin says use the force now.
Okay, it's
Tony
80
Lemon
degrees.
says breaking news, massive power out in Melbourne.
Keen says you need a pokey stick handy.
It'll be very hard to see if it's reflowed. That's the only problem.
Noxie says have you got gloves on, Cian?
Nope.
Wolf says is there a chance you can lower the brightness of the cam?
Nope.
Mako says they have weird plugs though in low.
The answer to everyone's questions is no. I can't do anything right now. My hands are full. Okay, 110. It's having trouble getting up to temperature. It's a big PCB. 111.
Noxie says will this work?
Tony Lemon says leave him, he has his hands full.
Literally full.
Him says what time is dinner ready?
Pierre says does it reflow?
Well, it's not
G
reflowing
says
yet.
60 to 150 seconds at 217 C for lead free.
Wolf says, is this a PCB or a heatsink you build?
No, it's a proper...
Unable Maker says Mako everywhere except the UK has odd plugs and sockets.
I have no exhaust fan
Pro
either.
Engineer says the important question is though, will it blend?
Okay, 140 degrees. But it's going to, the PCB is going to wick all
Mako
the heat
says
out.
red haha yours are so big. Slightly smiling face.
Tony Lemon says, will that thing keep you coffee warm?
Yes.
Pro Engineer says the moment of truth.
It's having trouble getting to temperature because the PCB is so
Magducci
big.
says hot air assist.
J says preheat is 150 C to 200 C for lead free.
No, this is not lead free. Sorry, this is low
Wolf
temp
says
paste.
maybe a heat lamp from above could help the heat plate or a laser. Grinning face.
This is low temp paste, guys. Girls. Different reflow values than that. Okay, here it goes.
Yummy Paste says, do you need to apply pressure to make full contact?
Probably, but nothing I can do about that right now. My hands are full.
Wolf says hot low is low.
Zip Tie says the PCB is bought in full contact with the plate. Unable Maker says you keep moving it so it is not touching the hot plate.
Hey guys,
says that is
I know what
cheating.
I'm doing. Thanks.
J says yeah, that stuff was out of the spec sheet and were likely maximums.
Pro Engineer says so it looks like some of the caps are starting to reflow.
Yep.
Intimate Tech says I love that 138C chip quick stuff.
The problem is I can't see the LEDs if they're reflowing or
Magducci
not.
says everybody relay he's a professional.
I can't see if the LEDs are reflowing or not because the pads are underneath.
Noxie says I think Cian means shut the beep up.
Rick the moderator says that low temp paste is yummy.
Beak says remember hot thing are hot.
Hot things are hot.
Unable Maker says no, he is not.
Tony Lemon says paste on toast.
Wolf says you could rotate each LED a bit to see if surface tension does its job.
Mako says hot is an interesting right.
Keen says, is this voice better?
Yeah, it's better.
He him says, I do not hear ouch ouch ouch. Did you put on some oven mitts?
No, I'm using pliers, which makes holding it a bit wonky, funny. So some of these, like that cap, is there. It's off the pad a bit. Still very hard to tell if this is reflowing or
J
not.
says needed some exposed useless pads with solder on them so you can use that as partial indicator.
Well, I'm using the caps at the moment for that.
Mako says really hope this works.
Me too. I can hot air if they don't. My hand is getting sore from holding the pliers, gotta say. Quite sore. It's definitely reflowing.
Beak says it's all hotting up.
Unable Maker says explain sort from holding pliers. Zip Tie says maybe preheat with the plate and kick it over the edge to reflow with the hot air gun.
Pro Engineer says I'm terrified the board is going to bump the camera.
Noxie says, seeing if you think you can smell roast dinner. It's not, it's your hands cooking.
Yeah. My hand is sore because I'm gripping the
Jay
pliers.
says need another surface at same height to minimize board bending.
I know, but I don't
Alex
have
says
one.
this will be sweet to see light up. Do you have the code ready?
Mako says,
No.
I'm not sure if this will be the best solution for the other letters.
No code ready. Yeah, this is quite difficult. This is really, really difficult. Definitely a bunch of caps need to be redone. Ah, that's hot. I wish I had my other hand was free. That I
Jack
could fix.
Mac says hang in there CN. It will be worth it.
Jerry says the M will be a challenge for sure.
Keen says it is difficult to watch too low.
He says surely hot air would have been better, or at least more controlled.
Pro Engineer says it's one of those situations where you almost want a custom support jig, but for a one-off it's probably not worth it.
Correct.
Unable Maker says using a hot plate is making a meal out of this.
No, it's not. It's working.
Noxie says, don't worry, seeing you don't need fingerprints. We have Face ID now.
Father Ted says I have to call it a day now. Thanks, see and good night all.
Catch you later.
Mako says, seeing a simple color cycle sketch will be quick, right?
Yep. Well, I still have to do the back of the board. So...
Jay says if anything is gonna mess with you, it's the bending deflection.
Well, nothing I can do about it. Sorry. This was my best option for now. I'm pretty sure there'll be some problems, but...
Jerry says it will be fine.
Noxie says, please don't say there's this many leads on the back as well.
There's no leads on the back.
Wolf says, how conductive is unmelted solder paste?
Yummy Paste says did you remember the signal inputs to the board? Let's hope so.
Pro Engineer says even if this gets you 90% the way there, it's nothing that a bit of hot air can't fix.
Correct.
Mako says, yeah, do you use hotter for the other side, and doesn't the other side melt again?
Keen says you just need to heat up the whole room to reflow temperature.
Sure. Or get a HVAC outfit, or what do you call it?
He says hot plate does seem to be working well. Which is it make model? Can T read the label?
Whoop. Where are my tweezers? Shit. Where did that LED go?
Iverson says this is loony territory of jankiness lol.
I knocked it too far. Oh, wow. This is getting really difficult.
Mako says one lead off.
Alex says, is this the same hot plate that Simple Electronics reviewed not long ago?
I don't know, I've had this for a year and a half. I mean, I think it's a similar one, yes. You get different brands and different size hot plates and stuff. So...
Jay says yes, loony territory, that's what we usually come here for, isn't it?
Why is that
Beak says how will you test it once it's reflowed?
Well, I'll give it an inspection first, and I will I'm going to have to give it a once over with a hot air anyway. Some of these caps need a bit of work. And then I'm going to have to, we'll get to that.
Noxie says, I see a little silhouette of a man.
Scaramouche, Scaramouche, can you do the fandango? Okay, well, I'm sure there are LEDs I missed.
Daniel says hot air wand action next.
I'm sure there are bits I missed. And the PCBs
Yummy
definitely...
Paste says I remember the hot eye used to make creepy crawlers.
Beak says thunderbolt and lightning very, very frightening.
Yeah, the PCB's flexing from the heat now.
Mako says, what material is the surface of the heat plate made of? Looks like stone.
No, it's metal. I don't know what metal it is. Okay, I think I'm going to take it off. Hot.
Unable Maker says turn heat down and use hot air.
Mako says, okay, metal.
Okay, I can't hot air it. Okay, I'm just gonna, it's off. I've turned it off. I'm gonna switch cameras. I can't hot air it while it's sitting on here because I can't balance it.
Keen says looks like a bake light border around it.
Yes, bake light around the edge so you can kind of, it gets very hot still. Okay, I need to get the unit off the table though. And it's hot. So, I'm going to put it...
Mako says put it on a cooling mat.
No, I'm going to put it on the concrete floor in my garage. Back in a moment. Okay. So that was not the most ideal setup. PCB is still rather hot, but that's good. I'm going to, hang on. More cork mats. Okay, 1, 2, oh, it's hot. Oh.
Keen says for the MPCB you need to buy 4 of the 200 by 200 hot plates and set them up side by side.
Yeah, I know, or something. Well, it's going to take way too long to get those.
Mike says, why am I still watching this on my phone when there is an idle iMac beside me?
Matachi says they look like big cookies.
Mako says, I find this an exciting stream.
Exciting. I don't know about exciting. Okay, so I'm not going to be able to get my...
Noxie says not to state the obvious, but I don't think Cian is releasing this a product.
This is not a product. No.
Mako says exciting OFC.
Okay, I need to get my hot air gun off. Oh. Okay. And turn it down. Okay, there are some caps I need to fix. Where are my tweezers gone? Oh, here they are. Okay.
Unable Maker says, do you have a large sheet of aluminum to maybe lay on top of the hot plate for the M?
I
Luke
don't.
says maybe 3D print some hot plate extender angles to snap on the hot plate with magnets.
Yep.
The body looks like full metal.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get my magnifying, my scope set back up again. So I have to move it. This is going to be hard to hot air. Quite hard. There's some caps I need to fix. Gee, Keen, if only you had some tweezers.
Cian, are you planning to get to software and testing in this stream?
I'm gonna. Sorry, the camera's is gonna bounce around a bit because my hot air station is right here. I'm gonna. Yeah, I'd like to get see if I can light them up. That'd be good. I'll have to see how I go. But my plan is to see if they work. Yep. I'm not going to work on it. Like, the only software I'm going to put on there is just some test software. Okay, I'm going to see if I can fix some
Keen
of these.
says soldering tweezers with those LEDs, unfortunately.
And some of these caps just didn't reflow properly.
Matachi says looks like today is a write-off for me.
See, the problem with hot air is it's a really big board. It sucks all the heat.
Keen says is answered.
Jay says, Cian, in your inspection so far, did most of the LEDs reflow?
Mako says,
I
Cian,
can't
yes, the
see.
edges are the hardest for the heat plate.
I can't tell if they reflowed or not because the things are underneath. Okay, I'm not going to try to...
Beak says, is there a big ground plane?
Okay. I'm going to not try to fix the LEDs, the caps now. It's just going to take too long. There should be enough capacitance on here. I need to let this cool down. So, what I'll do instead is...
Mike says famous last words.
Mako says, Cian, guess the edges are the hardest for the heat plate.
I'll fix it later. Alexa, turn on fire.
Noxie says, put on shelf below aircon.
So, the board has got this here.
Matachi says do a quick check for shorts on power rails and data.
Yeah, I'll wait till it's cooled down. It's too hot.
Keen says censorship. Haha.
So, that's my in point for power. And I've got electrolytic cap here. I've got headers for Tiny Pico, whatever, to go in here. And I've got a level shifter. So I need to get the level shifter on. I need to get, even if I just tap into some wires for now, but I need to hand solder all of these. So this is obviously not this is an empty board. But I'm just showing you while that cools down. I need to hand solder this stuff on. There's also it's a cap on the out, right? And then there's also power here, and that power is also supposed to be tapped in. So there'll be, when 5 volts comes in.
Says for reference, what size is that cap?
10.6 by 8.5, I think, or something. It's stuck. It's this size. No, it's yeah. These caps. No, it's a smaller cap. Smaller than that. Right, anyway, so 5 volts taps into both, to here and here. That's why there's caps there. And on the other board, there's a cap and tap in as well. Yeah, I saw and thought it was a good idea until now. You saw and thought what? Yeah, I've got a profanity filter on. Sorry.
Keen says censorship.
Yeah, well, there were people doing naughty things on my last stream. Okay, so I think
Mike says sorry.
I think what I should do, so here's the board with the parts on. I'm going to take the edge rail
Kim says it
off.
wasn't me.
Keen says naughty little children.
You see that the board's bowed now because of the heat, which is why it's not easy. I had to get it off the hot plate.
Mako says it wasn't me, I wasn't there.
Jay says, why take that rail off right now?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll take it off after. So, I need to get these on. So this is going to be fun.
Wolf says maybe press it on an empty sibling of it to get rid of the rest heat. Keen says I've seen the incriminating evidence.
What incriminating evidence? Okay, I need to get some. I mean, powering it's going to be.
Keen says the last stream.
Right, okay, yes. So I need one of these.
Jay says so none of those LEDs seem to want to fall off.
Yeah, that's a good point. I should. Oh, maybe one fell off.
Mike says which MCU is going on the back.
I just found an LED on my. Hang on.
Keen says only one is good.
I found an LED on the cork just now, but I can't see an LED missing. So maybe that was from something else.
Jay says you need min 6 amp.
Okay, look, this is going to be difficult, folks. We'll see how we go.
Yummy Paste says hum.
I have to move that other camera out of the way. It's in my way to get to my iron.
Says as he's light.
Okay. So I'm just making some space for myself.
Noxie says imagine if you placed the wrong one these and these were all just pink.
Yeah, imagine. Aziz light. Okay, I need to get
Jay
some.
says sorry, min 2 amp for this character.
I had headers out. Where did I put them? Oh, that's annoying. Okay, I need to get some more. I need to find the caps. Okay.
Yummy Paste says headers in max headroom.
Jay says a CNC hot air station perhaps.
Notice how I haven't had any more coffee. I'm wanting to see the results of this more than I'm wanting coffee.
Keen says beep beep beep.
Okay, headers. Yay, and caps. All of these.
Keen says check for shorts now.
Yep, I'm not soldering yet. Not
He
soldering.
him says has nearly finished 34 ounces of coffee during the stream.
Jay says can you read off the capacitance?
Can I what, sorry? I didn't get that. Something about the capacitance?
Jay says capacitor rating.
Can you read off?
Mike says hey, MacTTS, do you pronounce it red or read?
Okay, so let's just make sure there's no shorts. Nope, no short. No shorts between ground and power. That's nice.
Keen says that PCB has balls of solder.
Oh, very funny. Now.
Rick the moderator says woohoo.
Yummy Paste says, does those surface mount headers have holes on backside?
Surface mount headers have holes. What do you mean, do they have holes? Okay, so I need to check.
Intermit Tech says if at least some light up, it'll be easy to follow the path to the ones that didn't.
Yummy Paste says, can you plug into them from reverse side of header?
Okay, good. All the power path looks good. Can I what? Can you plug into them from reverse side? I don't know what you mean by reverse side of header. If you can't limited supply,
Jay
you can
says
set
if you
5
have
volts
a
and ramp
current
the power.
limited supply,
Yeah, I know
you
I can do
set it
that.
5 volt and ramp up the current limiting.
Yeah, I know. I've got my bench supply here. I can do it with. That's fine. But they won't light up unless I've got a microcontroller connected with code on it. So I'm just going
Noxie
to.
says Cian Yuz just offered you a coffee.
Hey Yazzie! Oh yeah, I'd love one. Thanks. That'd be awesome. I'm gonna have to hand solder these, which is gonna suck. It's gonna suck big time. But let's go. Let's do this. Because until I put this on, I'm not gonna know. So.
Intermit Tech says look at those via in pad bad boys right there.
Yes, for the ground.
Pro Engineer says nah 30 amps right from the get-go, no better test than production, face with tongue.
Keen says Yuz is a tease.
Yummy Paste says I am trying to find headers that I can plug into by going through the board into the connector on opposite side of PCB.
You can get them. You can get them. Okay. Hi, Bob.
Noxie says Cian Yuz says the machine is inside.
Can I have your cup, please?
Sure, you can come say hi?
A minute, maybe.
Okay. Thanks. Okay. Yaz is getting me a coffee. Yay! Thank you. What's the
Jay
time?
says so expect up to 400 mAh without any light.
Maybe not the best tip for this.
Yummy Paste says, do those reverse side headers have a special name?
Keen says okay, Yuz is awesome.
No, even these will do it. Look, because they've got these, and then
Internet Tech says initial brightness will be over 9,000.
there are holes underneath. So long as you've got holes in your PCB, you can do them that way as well.
Mataterchi says so there are 4 later PCBs.
These are 4 layers, yes. Come on, come on. I should have fluxed them first.
Pro Engineer says now your room door closing sounds like the blast door in War Games closing.
Mike says holes in the PCB, that's a neat trick.
Yeah, but it's very hard. Like, a lot of manufacturers won't do the holes. Like, you just got to be careful.
Him says you need to Rossman the PCB.
You know, Rosman it. Yeah, I know. Well, it's not like there's not enough flux. Can you not see the flux amount of? Can you see the amount of flux there? There's enough flux. Okay. Next one.
Him says clearly not enough flux. Board is now swimming.
Intermit Tech says huge ground plane being greedy, claiming all the heat.
Yep.
Unable Maker says pin shorted.
I don't think there's any pin shorted. Definitely should have used a different tip though.
Keen says use a tiny pico to ensure connectors are lined up.
Jay says you just put down a through hole with tiny pad.
Look at that. Fits fine. Perfect. Except gotta get it out without pulling that thing off. Okay. See?
Jay says beauty.
Daniel says magic.
Absolute magic.
Pro Engineer says look at that fit just like a bought one.
Keen says better safe than sorry.
Noxie says no tiny picos were heard in the making of the stream. Promise.
I'm gonna flux these pads a bit. It's no clean. Oh.
Yummy Paste says, wow, how do I order those reverse side headers? What is their part number or type designation?
These are custom. These particular ones are made custom for me. I get all my own headers made.
Keen says promise, not guaranteed.
But most have them.
Rick the moderator says this stream is sponsored by PCBWay.
Thanks. Thanks for the constant reminder. I appreciate it. For those that didn't know, PCBWay supplied the PCBs for this build, which is why I'm kind of hoping that it works. You know, saying hi?
Intermit Tech says, well, they do look excellent.
Thank you. I got my new coffee. Yaz says hi, but she's not coming on camera.
Lee says coffee time.
That's
Keen
hot.
says coffee, hot beverage.
Awesome, thank you.
Pro Engineer says I bet PCBWay are hoping it works too. Face with tongue.
Mike says hi, Yuz.
Iverson says this stream is fueled by coffee deliveries from Yaz.
Noxie says thanks, Yuz.
Intermit Tech says hi, Yaz.
That's better.
Jay says this stream is also sponsored by CN Fans.
Matachi says Amtech headers by any chance?
Wolf says place it on the hot plate to keep it warm.
Okay.
Jay
Okay,
says
headers are on.
called you and 3 in from bottom.
Sorry? Jay says what?
Intermit.tech says boom headset.
3 from the bottom. No, there's no cold joint there. 3 from...
Noxie says
one
I'm
here?
assuming this ain't fitting in the ultrasonic cleaner either.
It just looks like that, but it's not. It's fine. So, yeah, this won't fit in the ultrasonic cleaner anyway, but I'll be able to clean it externally. Now, this is going to be interesting. That is not really designed to be hand soldered, so...
Jay says thanks.
But yeah, but I fixed it anyway. But yeah, thank you. So I need to get one of these out, and I've got to remember the... Okay, orientation is not a problem, but... got to remember the caps and resistors and what they are.
Intermit Tech says drowned in flux drag soldering FTW.
Yes, yes, that's the plan.
Noxie says super chat, super chat, super chat.
Oliver
Oh,
says
Johnny!
idea and cotton swab cleaning.
Thank you, Johnny.
Nico says thanks to Johnny Mr. Sec.
Okay, so the results of the poll, even though it's not updated properly on the YouTube, on my thing, 62% say yes. It's going to work first time. I'm ending the poll. Okay, 62%. Cool. Some of you have faith in me. How good is that?
Pro Engineer says, what's this, like logic level converter?
Yes, a logic level converter. And that window's on the wrong side. That's really annoying.
Hodges says prepare to use a fire extinguisher.
Joe Onan says I'm a naysayer. Keen says 62% are wrong, ha.
Mako says Sin, thanks for doing the poll anyways.
No worries. 0.1 and a 3K3 there and a 2K2. Okay. Don't know why I didn't do these 0603. That's really annoying. Because I'm gonna have to hand solder these.
Wolf says 60% of the time, it works every time.
Okay.
Noxie says just do it the Ben Heck way.
Oliver says got to go, I'll catch up on the results later.
Okay. Catch you later. Okay, here we go.
Keen says actually 100% of us are most likely wrong.
Okay, fluxy.
Keen says more flux.
Jay says you should also have some decent ceramic caps near that electrolytic for the higher freak noise, perhaps even an engineered inductance, but W.
Pro Engineer says the only problem with these streams is they make me feel productive when in reality, I'm watching TV and not getting anything done. Face me.
Yes, Rosenblum says in 50 meters, turn left.
Noxie says we assume this is the correct orientation.
Yep, I assume so.
Luke says use the flux.
Bridge on the first one? I think I got a bridge on the first one. That's annoying. I'll fix that.
Mako says yes, high inside the car there.
Deke says in 200 meters bear left and on the right squirrel.
Mako says yes, bringing kids to school.
No, kids are already at school. It's almost 11 o'clock.
Jay says the text buffer for use command is a little short.
Noxie says tappy tap tap.
Yummy Paste says I once hand soldered a surface mount Me connector. It came with a cold solder joint.
I need to wick that off, I think. Had too much solder there to start with on those first two pins.
Noxie says bring in John Wick to help.
Good.
Texan064 says props to you for having text to voice on while trying to do SMT soldering. My head would explode.
Michelle Chelsea says we appreciate your hard work and everything you teach us.
No worries, you're welcome. I don't think I'm teaching anything other than bad ways to do things. Okay. This is a bit messy looking, but...
Keen says okay, I'm getting out of bed to make coffee.
Oh, nice.
Kayvon says what temp do you have your iron at?
400 degrees. Okay, I'm just getting some caps out. Some parts out, I should say.
Matatucci says I should be working, but I'm wagging.
Wagon school. Okay, need to get this. As I said, I should have done these bigger so I didn't hand solder them. Because I was hand
Jack
soldering
Max
them.
says I learned I'm equally bad at hand soldering SMD but a lot slower.
Noxie says I've learnt loads. Firstly, never make huge letters with hundreds of LEDs unless it fits in your PNP. Thanks, Ian.
Well, I'm glad I could help. Okay, so I'm just moving it over because I need to do these resistors. I need to be in the right direction, which is that direction.
Jay says at least you have a decouple cap on that I see.
At least.
Mako says then beep the pins out to be sure no bridges.
Okay. Now I've got to put a voltage divider in. If I can get them out. Okay. Almost there.
Keen says I just walking to my study and heard voices. Your video had auto-played.
Oh, cool. I think. Is that a good thing? Okay. Okay, flux, lots of flux. Oh, what a mess. I will clean this up, by the way.
Keen says my wife is away, so all good.
Excellent. Good to hear. Well, good to hear that. That's all
Noxie
good.
says Keen, we're the voices from the stream that you heard. If not, can you also see dead people?
Okay. Oh. Everyone can hear my compressor. Just kicked in. Sorry about the noise. Okay. Need to...
Jay says so a slow leaky.
Okay, for the moment, I'm going to...
Luke says does rate make you talk fast or slow?
Keen says Aaron, yes, echoing voices.
Okay. For the moment...
Yes, Rose and Bloom says I can hear the compressor.
Yeah, sorry about the compressor. Okay, so...
Jerry says what is the compressor for? The PNP?
Mako says yes, haha.
For the pick and place and for my pneumatic tools that I've got out there.
Luke says what caps?
And for...
Jay says you do know that many compressor tanks are not rated for 100% duty cycle, i.e. pressure in them all the time.
Yeah, probably not. Okay, so... should give that a clean. So the idea for now is that I'm going to... I'm going to just solder in some wires to here. Well, actually, no. What I can do, I can power the tiny pico.
Keen says you need to drain the compressor tank at least weekly to remove moisture.
I do. Both of them. Okay. So, what I can do is this. Let's just think, because I can test this quite easily putting some code on the Tiny Pico that just lights up one LED or 5 LEDs, and then plug it and power it from the USB on the board. So, let's just not start with that one yet. Let's just do this. I'm not going to power it from the bench supply yet. I'm going to power it from... Hello, where are you? Port.
Hexam064 says, are you using the WS2812 2020s?
No.
Rick the moderator says 1 mar idle per lead.
These are the 1515 SK6805. So I want to see what's on this board. There's one board I don't mind using, and there's one board I don't want to use. Right, not that one. This one. Okay. So,
Roger says keep the 1 milliamp standby current in mind that each load takes anyways.
Absolutely. So that's 400 milliamps, which but they're being powered from the 5 volt from the USB. Anyway, I just want to make sure there's nothing on here. Tools, recent. Okay, and I've got to remember what pin I put it on. It's 14. Okay, I'm just going to flash this Tiny Pico. Right, it's not an S2, it's a Tiny Pico.
Beak says flash on.
Try that again.
Noxie says wasn't there 2 posters originally?
Yes.
Rick the moderator says he sure looks nervous.
Keen says flash you flash.
Mako says C or Python.
Joe Onan says I'm feeling good about my vote.
Just right now I'm just doing like the rainbow test code on here. That's all. Now I need a longer cable, and yep, should be good. Okay, so where's my OBS? How are we going to do this? I'm trying to think. We'll see.
Yummy Paste says my father used air compressor for his airbrush. He ran copper pipe from furnace room at the opposite end of the house. He used a special valve.
I'm trying to think where's the best place to put this. I might just put it over here. Can I get my camera out far enough? Maybe. Put the board in. So, where did I put?
Jay says remember to bond grounds if needed. Not sure of the wiring.
Noxie says how's the new double draws experience going, Cian?
How's the what? Oh, I love them. My draws are great. Okay, so I am...
Mousy says sorry I'm late. Hi all.
I'm going to use just a power bank to power it. That way, if it pulls too much current, it's gonna blow my power bank and not my computer. Okay, it's gonna be interesting to plug in. I want you to be able to see what
Mike
happens.
says repower bank.
Okay, here we go.
Noxie says SeamCN is not part of the 61%.
Whoop, I heard a pop. Maybe not a pop, but it worked. That's working. I heard a little... Oh, I can see there's an LED missing over here. So one did come off. But that's
Mike
working.
says pop.
Okay, when I said pop, what I meant was...
Rick the moderator says wahoo.
There was a little bit of a... I don't know what it was. Maybe the LED pop...
Honey
Maybe there
Badger
was...
says heard it too.
Did you hear that?
Says congrats.
It was really tiny amount.
Kayvon says crackle.
Yeah, it was a crackle. It was a crackle. And it could have just been this LED. Oh, there's a few LEDs that have popped off. Right. So it looks like there were some LEDs that were not soldered on properly. And they popped off. That's fine. Because I can't see if the LEDs are good or bad. If they reflowed properly or not.
Noxie says snap, crackle, and pop.
So I'm going to unplug this. No other ones came off. Just, you might be able to see there's 1, 2, and 3 here. And that's kind of where the sound came from. I'm just going to fix them. Wow. Oh, right. I can
Pro
see
Engineer says thumb test to check for heat. Kayvon says I'd call that a qualified success.
Well, we'll see. Oh, there's another one here. Right. Yeah, they're not reflowed properly. I can see. They're not
Mako
reflowed.
says the right way round, Cian.
No, they just weren't reflowed properly.
Matachi says it was probably a molten solder short under the lead.
Jay says no current measurement.
PS says have your code got enough LED set up, just making sure.
You can see that there are... I'm going to get new ones. But you can see that... Or maybe you can't see. There's just... This paste is not reflowed properly. Right on the corner here. That's all. As I said, I can't see them. So... This is what I expected to happen. Now, if I could only find my little stash of LEDs. Where are you?
Keen says got coffee, what did I miss?
Mousy says great work, Cian.
I can't find where my stash is. Okay, that's fine. I have to get some from here. Off the reel. Okay, well at least I know that
Jerry
this...
said excellent job.
The circuit
considering
works.
The reflow method.
Thanks everyone.
Noxie says, what do you mean you expected it? This is supposed to be unexpected, right?
Very funny. Okay. It's going to be maybe a little painful to reflow.
Jay says only 2 amp is required for all on.
Okay, so... Yeah. You have to hot air this area a
Mako
bit
says
more.
it didn't unexpectedly trip the breaker.
No. Well, there's no... Yeah,
Jay
no.
says apparently.
Okay, just,
Rhoda says at least some lights and no explosions. That's good, I'll get some sleep. Good night, folks. Have fun.
Catch you later, Rhoda. Thanks, mate. This is going to be...
Jay says 5.
Mako says was meant funny.
Keen says 5 out of how many hundred?
I'm going to have to, maybe flux this. Come on. I've got nowhere to rest my hand. So...
Joe Anon says flux it.
I've got nowhere to rest my hand.
Wolf says
It's my
didn't
hand shaking.
rotate.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to flux them.
Jack McMack says those tweezers looks nice. Anything special or just your average Chinese tweezers?
Chinese ones, but the particular model I use, the
Keen says
ESD
flux,
17.
please, for the love of flux.
Yeah, so there's some caps here. These are a bit under reflowed as well.
Mako says, is the paste still enough left on the pads then, Cian? Beak says, flux this.
Wolf says, can you check rotation of the lass you soldered?
Shit, you see these are coming off because they're not. The rotation of the one I soldered is fine. It's correct. So this edge was starting to bow on the hot plate. This is going to be
Mousy says hi Mako.
Ajard Fox says lean on big kitchen wooden spoon, Ayla sign writers.
Mako says, Cian, you made it much better visible for us during the stream.
So you're saying this is no good, or you just... Anyway. I definitely need a better solution for reflowing the M. Actually, I'm going to have to turn this around because I can't get my arm in front of it. Where should we start?
Mako says, Cian, it was a compliment for showing us the board where you work so good.
Ah, okay, no problem. Good, I'm glad. Okay, so...
Jerry says, are you going to do the M-Live?
I didn't get that. Sorry.
Him says super long 4 hours stream.
The Anquitas says, don't sneeze now. You're doing well.
I was hoping to not have flux all over the side of the board. So that's a bit annoying. But I can clean it. And I've still got other caps to fix, remember? I mentioned before that there are just some other caps that haven't reflowed properly.
Jerry says, are you going to live stream the M?
Jill says, are you going to live stream the M? Yeah, if I can solve, now that I've done this one, if I can solve some of the workflow, or improve the workflow.
Yummy Paste says stream only 4 hours, but Looney would be just starting.
That's very true.
Iverson says squeak, slightly smiling face.
Sorry, I'm trying to move the microscope instead of moving the board. If I can. So you can see what I'm doing, but so I don't have to move the PCB because it's hot.
Keen says, penguin.
Kayvon says love seeing that surface tension pull them back into place.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it?
Intermit Tech says nice technique, Ian.
She is. I don't know what's on camera, what's not on camera. I apologize in advance if it's not.
Matterchi says hot potato, hot potato.
Almost done. That doesn't mean there aren't more that will go pop, but... or crackle, I should say.
Mousy says hi, Christian.
Okay, did I get them all? I think I got all the ones that I'd fluxed. And all the ones around that section.
Iagim says what is being used to clean the flux?
Yummy Paste says if you had a laser on your cam, you would know what is in frame.
Laser on your cam. Yeah, like... So this is no clean flux. I'm going to be using this. Oh, you can't see it. Cleanium.
The
Flux.
Anquitus says some out on a bud.
He him says snap crackle pop. Sounds like a serial stream.
Deflux it. G2 flux remover. Acetone blend. Oh my god, left that on the floor. Great. Okay, so I just want to check a couple more.
Mako says clean can be done later, right?
Yes, I can clean it anytime. Yep. Yep. And this flux won't... there's no issues keeping this flux on here. Oh.
Matterchi says I
Wrong
have
one.
that it seems to leave the board very sticky and it...
Yeah, I will clean it off for sure, although it's no
Roxy
clean.
says not sponsored by Deflux, sponsored by PCBWay.
Just going to get a couple of other caps that look a bit... While I'm hot airing, I might as well just do this.
Matterchi says and it's not water soluble.
No, this is not water soluble.
Rick the moderator says and sponsored by sex.
So I normally only use water soluble, but that has to be cleaned. And I can't fit this in the ultrasonic cleaner. So... I'm just checking caps at the moment. There's one.
Iverson says not enough pink is sponsoring though.
Not enough pink. Sorry. So I got a couple of caps like this that just didn't reflow.
Yummy Paste says does alcohol remove flux?
Yeah, not very well. A lot of people clean with IPA, but it leaves residue. I don't
Mako
like
says
it.
he can later light them all up pink.
I can. And I probably will. Okay.
Mako says, right, Sin, I was just saying that I keep the white crumbly stuff after using IPA and toothbrush.
Yeah.
Noxie says, lob it 8 in your swimming pool and be done with it.
Yeah, IPA leaves a powdery white residue. It's not nice. It's not bad, but it's not corrosive, but it just doesn't look nice. The same with people who use IPA in their ultrasonic cleaner. Apart from the fact that it's bad because it's flammable, it's it leaves residue. Yuck residue. For your own boards, it doesn't matter. But I
Tricky
can't.
Ricky says all that space, so small LEDs.
Well, I couldn't put more LEDs on because I can't drive more. I don't even know if I can drive this many.
Unable Maker says 99% IPA should not leave residue.
99% what?
Mousy says I have bought my first hot air station.
Of course it will leave residue. It's not a percentage thing. It's a chemical...
developer says, what cleaner do you suggest for ultrasonic cleaner?
It's a chemical reaction thing. It's not a percentage thing. Okay, I might have some more bad ones. I don't
Mako
know.
says, is the residue a chemical reaction with the flux or is it leftover flux?
Unable Maker says Andy, what did you get?
It's a chemical reaction between the IPA and the flux. They're not compatible. You get that with, like, if you try, I use a water-based cleaner because I use water-based flux in my ultrasonic cleaner. If I use that with no clean flux, I get a chemical reaction, and you get...
Mako says I'm right.
Powder, residue, and crap. Where to put my scissors? Okay, sorry, I'm just going to tidy this bit up a bit. I've got tape everywhere. Is this cool down enough? Yes.
Noxie says, seeing for what it's worth, I've driven 600 SK 6812 LEDs using a tiny Pico seem to be okay.
Mousy says just a cheap £30 one.
Matachi says cleaners will dissolve the flux and spread it on the board. You then need to wash that off.
Keen says the residue will depend on the flux type and I believe is caused by overheating the flux.
Well, we're gonna... Anyway, I'm gonna power this back up again. See if there's any more crackles. Ready? I'll turn it this way, maybe so you can see the whole board, or most of it. Gonna light up from here. No crackle. No LEDs have popped off. What I should do actually
Kayvon says yay.
is if I can find where I put my USB tester. USB inline thingy, where is it? Oh my god. What a
Keen says it doesn't always happen, so it is a process issue. A lot of research has gone into it.
Yummy Paste says, can't you power the LEDs similar to how the raster scan on CRTS work?
Texan064 says, give the board a godsmack and see if they all stay on.
I didn't understand
Mako
that. Sorry.
says, why would it pop off during power up? I think it just did cause you flip the board. Noxie says it's over there, I can see it. Just there, to the right, a little more.
What are we talking about? You can see what? What are we looking for? You can see what? I'm confused.
Nelly Oliveira says IPA is not good. I have tried a few. Alcohol 99.9% is the best. I use Chip Quick SME 291. It doesn't create any residue.
I'm going to use my...
Unable Maker says what you were looking for.
Agim says, I think this will look awesome once entirely lit.
Okay, so hopefully now I'll be able to see how much current it's taking. We'll all be able to.
Jay says I counted. You're welcome. That character has 497 lead.
398. 329
Sin, why did they
milliamps.
pop off during the first power up and not just when you flip the board towards gravity?
What? Why did they pop off at first?
Noxie says that's not many reasons.
That's not too many raisins. So, I'm going to unplug. I'm going to... I'm going to make it light up some more. How many are going to make it light up? How many shall we do? Now, if I set up over the air on it, I could do this remotely.
Player developer says 100. Jerry says 64.
Yummy Paste says, do these LED have a low power mode when not receiving updates?
Mako says Sin, the LEDs that weren't soldered correctly popped off the first power up.
Unable Maker says all of them.
Jay says 496.
Intermit Tech says 100.
He him says 467.
I'm doing 100.
Keen says 32 and add 32 each time.
Noxie says 314.
Mousy says all of them.
Beak says, can you turn on the 42nd to the 69th?
Jay says static current is 1 mobber lead per sheet.
He him says 420.
Wow, you're all crazy. Okay, I'm doing 100.
Agim says, can you randomly change the position of certain number of LEDs every second? That way you get to test the entire board.
Keen says I am conservative when testing.
Okay, I can test the entire board by just lighting up the last ones.
Jay says no, really 100 sounds good.
I'm doing 100. Okay. Except I can't see the window. Okay, here we go. So it goes this way, down, oop, down, then down, then down. It does it by column. Here we go. Whoa! 0.395. Didn't go up very much, did it? Oh. Okay. Next. Okay. I'm going to, I reckon I can do it directly from the computer, personally. But I won't. Has anyone worked out how many LEDs there are? Is Joe Anon around still? Joe? I think Joe's gone. I'm going to do TTS is dead. Oh, okay. TTS is dead. Yep. It timed out. The stream was too long.
Developer says 512.
Beak says, has the TTS gone quiet? Do anyone else?
4 hours. It timed out after 4 hours.
Mike says ah.
Jay says I said there is 497. I counted. Light up 496 and there will be one off.
Beak says so shiny.
Joe Anon says I'm still here and feeling ashamed I doubted you.
Noxie says
Joe.
427 liters EDs.
That's okay, mate. So guess how many I'm turning on now?
Keen says perfect timing.
How many am I going to turn on?
Mike says okay Bing, restart Alexa.
Oi.
Player developer says 496.
Yummy Paste says 42.
Gotta put the
Wolf says 250.
Unable Maker says 69. Zip Tie says all the LEDs.
Oh my god. Get that on.
Honey Badger says as many as will light up. Grinning face.
Mako says 300.
Mousy says all.
Him says 50% of them.
Here we go. I'm going to stand back.
Can you wrap text around the bend?
Oh, bad LED. We've got a bad LED. I turned them all on, but that one's not lighting up. Okay, so that's why it's not taking much current. This is 0.45.
Bad lead, bad.
This is 0.45.
Texan064 says short across it's out and in.
Noxy says more LEDs than likes on this stream. Let's just say that. Come on, people, smash the like button.
Beak says bad lead is bad.
Okay, I'm going to fix that one.
So you turned on 497?
Unable Maker says fail.
Yummy Paste says press down on bad lead.
I'm not going to press down on it. I'm going to hot air it.
Mako says, is it a dead one or just unsoldered?
Don't know yet. We're about to find out. There's a couple of caps here I need to fix as well. So I'll do that at the same time.
Noxy says, has everyone seen the new like button animation when you press it? Super cool. Try it.
Okay. I've got to be careful because there's got components on the other side.
Honey Badger says which LED is bad? The first that doesn't light or the last one that lights up?
Don't know yet.
Beak says kittens.
It could be a data out issue, it could be a data in issue. So we'll find out. I'm going to do both of them. So I expected this to happen, right? Like you can't place this many LEDs and get it perfect. Maybe with a pick and place machine, but not by hand.
Zip Tie says hi Alan K.
Oh, hey Alan. How you doing?
Fire developer says $5. It will have more bad LEDs.
Keen says, and not with such a dodgy reflow setup.
That's
Yummy
right.
Paste says wow, that like button has a cool animation completely invisible.
Jay says the first on that doesn't light up, or possibly the one before it.
Mako says, you also mean with an automated reflow oven.
Matachi says, now you're starting to sound like Charn High.
And I need to move this over. It's too far away from me. And you can't see either. By the way, does someone want to guess what the brightness level's set to?
Alan K says, hello Cian, I want a burger.
Burger.
Him says you now need to make the kitchen over be a reflow over for all the other letters.
Texan064 says 127.
Iverson says 10%.
Fire developer says 25%.
Joe Onan says 10%.
Jay says 50%.
Rick the moderator says 10%.
Mako says 55.
Jerry says 20%.
Yummy Paste says brightness 10%.
See, how cool is this? The text-to-speech. I didn't have to look once.
Noxy says 1.21 gigawatts.
Keen says 5%.
Him says value 32.
So it is at
Robbie says 3.14.
33%.
Mako says Sin is the brightness level max 255 for these RGBs.
Mike says in.
33% the brightness is set to.
Texan064 says yep.
Unable Maker says the ones that do not work are at 0%.
Well, they're still getting power. They're still getting that 1 milliamp, probably. They're just not getting...
Deke says ok.
Jay says MR wins 25 or 50 were pretty close.
Rick the Mighty Mood says click like.
Okay.
Keen says unfair. Very hard to tell on camera.
Correct. But that's amazingly bright, considering how low they are. Which is why I think it's going to look okay on the wall, because of the distance.
Dutchmaker says these are 5 mod per channel.
Wow, it's going to be a bit warm, but I'm impatient.
James D. Cook says set brightness to stun.
Ah, who said that? That's funny, Wagon Loads. Okay, so... Can't see. I'm blind. But
Kayvon says switch camera.
Yep, I'll switch camera. Make it so. Okay, let's try this again. You ready? I'm going to sit back.
Putin says switch it over.
Oh,
Shiny,
almost.
shiny.
We'll get another bad one.
Noxy says switch close.
Look at the milliamps.
Nico says Star Trek should I stun or krill?
0.5, 6
Mike
milliamps.
says drum roll.
Amps.
Keen says bang.
We're getting there. Look at that.
Developer says I won $5. Texan064 says let's see the current draw at all white.
Okay,
Mr.
second.
England says just awesome.
2-2. Almost there. 2-2.
Alan K says Scott me up be me. No intelligent life found down here.
Oh,
Joe
really?
says progress.
That's
Putin
mean,
says
Alan.
invade the non-light area.
Jack Gyrotech says some LEDs look brighter than others.
Oh, yeah, I can...
Texan064 says oh, and what's the base current draw with all off?
Mako says cool you numbered them now, eh? Grinning face.
Mousy says good night all.
Oh,
Jay
see you
says
later.
497 5 ma 33% equals 830 ma.
I'm just doing these because they look like I might need to give it a bit of a...
Jay says base current max is 500 ma.
Keen says having done something similar on a smaller scale you are doing very well.
Thanks, Keen.
Alpha Male says good night Andy.
Have a good sleep, Mousy.
Rayburn says night anti-mouse.
Holly Sir Aitlin says have to say the error rate was super low. 48% of you all should be ashamed.
Who should be ashamed?
Kayvon says the non-believers.
Mako says the Polynesian.
Holly Sir Aitlin says 48% of the people watching.
Okay. Really need this to cool down. You know what I'm going to do to cool it down? I got a really cool idea. Oh, I get it? Cool idea. Cool idea.
Alan K
Look at this.
says I hang my head in shame.
Heatsink on the
Alpha Male
PCB.
says you have to have non-believers to have believers.
Wolf says something I saw his stream, now I'm a believer.
Mike says ghoul.
Iverson says ultra cool trademark.
Yep.
Fire developer says sorry son, this was a bad joke.
Keen says road people time to smash that like button.
Call me Sir England says jokes as well at Place Master.
Mako says use cooling spray.
Okay, here we go again. We're not out of the woods yet. It could be more.
Jay says so. We're waiting for about 830 mAh at 33%.
Agim says, how did you manage to drive that many LEDs with such small current draw? Jerry says, drum roll.
It's magic. Here we go. Ah! Didn't fix it. So it's a bad LED. Okay.
Call me Sir England says, let's see the light.
It's a bad LED. Or we got the count wrong.
Kayvon says dead lead.
Dead lead.
Noxie says he uses very small raisins.
Yep. Yum. Raisins. Okay, let's switch this LED out.
Jay says count is 497.
James D. Cook says, is it soldered backwards?
Yeah, it might be. I'm checking it now.
LED.
Alpha Male says try a higher count.
Beak says increase count first to be sure.
Honey Badger says, is that board design from January 2021?
January.
Says good night. Good luck getting to the last lead.
No, it's actually 2022. I didn't put the silks wrong. Oh, I didn't change the camera. Sorry. I can't now. My hand's hot air.
Rick the Almighty says just scrap it and start over.
Yeah, gonna get a new one. A whole new PCB. This PCB's annoying me.
Kayvon says, what happens if you put a higher number of LEDs in code? Is that problematic?
No, it
Jay
just doesn't
says,
use
remember,
them.
it can be the lead failing or the light before.
Call me Sir England says place your bid for the proto letter U.
Okay.
Noxie says it's a letter N. Anyways, not a you'd start again.
Sorry about that. I've swapped it out with a new one. Sorry I didn't change the camera. Oh, it's been annoying. Get off. Okay, heatsink.
James D. Cook says, if PCB is bad, will you use bodge wire?
Sure, but I don't think it's a PCB. I think it's just a bad LED. Very rare. I mean, I've used 15,000 of these, 20,000 of these LEDs I've used over different projects. I think I've had about 5
Jay
bad
says
ones.
you swapped out the unlit one.
I swapped out the unlit one. Yeah. Because, yeah, we'll see. I know it could be the one before, but I can tell from the plastic casing on it. I think that the LED was bad. As I said, I've had
Sir England says
some in
you
the
hide
past.
the secret sauce from us. Alpha Male says increased count to 500.
Keen says the data in pins fail more often than data out.
Okay. So it's upside down. I've got the other way around now. So it starts here and comes around here. That was the bad one. Just here. Okay, here we go. See? Oh, there we go. Holy shit. 6.71. Sorry, 0.671.
Kayvon says last one.
They're all lit. Oh, the last one, yes, you
says
did
last
46.
missing.
No, because I did at 400 and
Mako
whatever.
says congrats.
So now I'm going to do
Pete says so
497.
Keen says is the last one bad.
No,
Honey Badger says one missing.
no, yes, I did that for Jay. Because he wanted 296. That way we could count. If I did 297, it could have been too many. I'm reflashing now.
Jay says current
Whoa.
was nominal per prediction.
Shit.
Kayvon says congrats.
This is connected to my computer. Whoops, I forgot to unplug it. And it's flashing. Because it's only 0.6. There we go. This is running off my computer now.
Ha silly.
That patch there looks really weird. It's just the camera, it's the light. See, there's a light spot. Wow, how cool. Okay,
Honey Badger says success.
yes, now here's the real thing I want to know.
Alpha Male says yay good night all.
No, wait,
Jay
wait,
says
before you
Jay
go.
counted right.
Before you go,
Smiling face.
before you go, this is the question is. This is what I haven't known.
Congratulations.
This is what I've not known the whole time. You ready?
Sir England says congrats. Awesome, I can now go eat chicken wings.
How does it
Beak
look?
says well done, Cian.
How does it look
Zip
here?
Tie says well
Ready?
done, Cian.
You ready?
Keen says brilliant, ha ha.
Mako says do a 1x1 lead walk.
How does that
Rick
look?
the Almighty says well worth the sex.
Howard says a beauty.
Beak says beautiful.
Bruce says now I can make dinner.
Kayvon says super bright.
Mike says looks take it down right now.
Noxie says awesome, seeing it looks amazing.
Alpha Male says very nice.
Jay says sweet.
Rick the Almighty says looking good.
Beak says mooey.
Bruce says nice.
Keen says rainbow is beautiful.
Wolf says brighter 20% might be okay.
Iverson says I love it.
So the question
Zip Tie
is,
says should be okay.
hang on,
Sir
folks.
England says that looks sweet. Alpha Male says I must go now.
Tony Lemon says blurry.
Intermit Text says looks great.
Okay.
Robbie says bright.
Can you see
I'm
the
okay,
individual
says upside
LEDs?
down.
Is what I
Bruce
want to know.
says ship it.
Honey Badger says nice still at 33%. Kayvon says amazing. Will 100% work out with a smoked cover.
Zip Tie says might need the cover. Sir England says now get the done.
James D. Kirk says looks stunning. Can you wrap text around the bend?
Mike says needs a small diffuser.
Noxie says someone screenshot and send it to Cian on Discord.
Hodges says you should be okay using Raspberry Pi USB-C power supply.
Agim says a bit bright, but indeed awesome.
Jay
Okay.
says a low-level diffuser might be cool.
Can everyone
Keen
stop?
says that is more than bright enough.
Mark Holson says Nyan cat style.
Iverson says yes the LEDs were visible.
Wolf says yes was visible.
Keen says yes can see the dots of LEDs.
Bruce says yes I could see the LEDs.
It's waiting for it to
Jay
finish.
says no, the individual LEDs barely visible, and the brightness level can affect that.
Keen says stop.
Beak says stop.
Mike says guys, please be quiet.
Beak says hammer time.
Wolf says asking
It's
62
just
people
queued.
for their opinion. Grinning face.
It's just queued. There were so many messages. It's still been trying to play through them all. Okay, so I got no problems if you can see the individual dots. I expected that, but like
And
right
Peter
now,
says keep going, lads, keep talking.
so they're spaced quite far apart, right? I mean, mate, to me they look far apart. So obviously, for things like scrolling text and stuff, the further apart, the more black space between them, the harder it's going to be to understand things. But I wasn't sure. I don't mind if you can see the dots. The question is, what I wanted to know was how well do they blend by distance? Because I guessed how far apart to put them.
Jay says yes, they blend.
You know what I mean? Like I didn't know how far apart I'd need to put them to make it look fairly continuous, and it turns out that it's
Beak says
it's
will it
good.
blend?
Well, I'll get a blender. It looks great.
The Anquitas says will it
Oh.
blend?
Okay, I think I just ran out of juice.
Mako says Cian check the link please.
Pro Engineer says that looks sick. Grinning face.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I just ran out of power on the power bank.
Iverson says hard to say when using a gradient.
Yeah, someone sent me a link on Discord, and I'm having and it looks good. It looks
Jay
fine.
says if you turn the brightness down, the effect will be diff. Can you try?
Well, yeah, except I just ran out of what do you call it? I think my either my power bank is dead, or I killed my tiny Pico. Interesting. It's not lining up anymore. What did I do? Did I knock it, break it, pop it?
Noxie says interested 100% brightness power draw as well, Cian.
No, I'm not doing 100% power draw. I have
Mike
got
says does it smell funny?
no smell.
Mako says hope not the port of the Mac.
Sir England says sub, it was fun while it lasted.
Tiny Pico's not
Wolf
powering up.
says I heard we have 4 other panels.
I might have just killed the Tiny Pico. Yeah, which it's not supposed to be powered this way, by the way. Maybe I killed a... Did I...
Kayvon says one tinner picker was harmed in the creation of this video.
Keen says, did you blow the fuse?
I think I might have killed a diode, which is fair enough. This is not the way it's supposed to be powered, by the way.
Noxie says, did you short something with your ring?
Maybe. Hang on,
Jay says max power should be about 2.5.
James D. Cook says I said set brightness to stun.
Yeah, well, it did. Stunned it a beauty.
Jay says, did I not mention ground bonding?
Yeah, the tiny pico is not good. I can probably revive it. I think I blew the diode. That's fine. That was an absolute abuse of how I was powering this thing. That's why I've got the big pads to do it. Okay, so did I not mention ground bonding?
Mike says get a diode.
I don't know what ground bonding means in this case. I'm not gonna keep doing it that way.
Keen says tiny pico abuse. Where do we report you?
Sorry.
James D. Cook says, was it powered from the Pico?
Yes, I was powering through the USB from the... Obviously the 5 volts is external, but I was... Yeah, it didn't like it. It didn't like it. That's okay. It's not like I don't have a few tiny picos lying around. Wow.
Mako says got another TP handy.
I do, but I'm not going to keep destroying them just to show you...
Beak says time for bed.
You've seen it light up.
Roxy says looks great, and well done. Just need to think of a nicer way to reflow for your letter M.
I know. And how long is it going to take me to build the letter M? Oh.
Jay says if you have 2 supplies, the grounds need to be bonded.
No, there's only one supply. There's only one power supply, but it was... The power was coming in through the USB, through the onboard reverse USB protection diode, and then out the 5 volt pin that was then powering it, which is not good. The way it is going to get powered is externally from the 5 volts coming in from the supply, and that'll power the tiny pico as well. So, catch you later, Quixotic Geek.
The M is 2 PCBs, right?
No, just one. The M is 1 PCB. It's just a big one. It's got effective
Keen
right?
says set the brightness much lower and try another TP.
So there's the U. Yeah. There's the U. It doesn't have the little bit here, but it's got this. So it's not that many more.
Quixotic cheek. Noxie says the letter M is just an upside down U with a tail, so maybe 50% longer minus the time after the ball's up with orientation, so about 3 hours W.
Iverson says, thank you, Cian. Gotta hit the sack over here. Please take care, everyone.
Catch you later. Thanks, Christian. Thanks for joining. So, look, yeah, and I'm going to be quicker at it now, but I have to work out how to reflow it. I think it's going to have to go in my kitchen oven. So, yeah. Yeah.
Jay says, well, overall, considering the soldering method, that turned out quite good.
It did, didn't it? Now, the other problem is I can't fit this on my stencil printer. So I don't know how I'm going to stencil
time
it.
for bed, have a nice one, peeps. Kayvon says, what about that frying pan with sand method?
I don't have a frying pan that big. Has anyone got a frying pan that big? It's huge. Anyway, that was cool. Okay, I'm glad the PCB works. And...
Jay says that's why you need a CNC solder placer.
Nah. Or, yeah. Anyway. I almost bought a automatic stencil printer.
Success.
Keen says time to have a shower and head to work, I think.
James D. Cook says a pancake griddle.
Not big enough.
Pro Engineer says that's amazing. But will it run Doom?
Okay. Thank you all.
Jay says thumbs up.
One dead TP and one dead LED. Yeah,
Kayvon
exactly.
says a comically large pancake griddle.
Comically large. Or two of them next to each other. I'll work it out, don't
Olson
worry.
says a paella dish.
Paella dish. Maybe my... Oh, I'll reflow it on my barbecue. That would work.
Noxie
Not.
says so funky animations for Logo Pen 8 with TTS control.
Mako says was exhilarating to watch Cian. Fire developer says automatic solder paste printer eats a lot of
I know
paste.
they do. I know. Absolutely they do. And they're
Keane
expensive.
says BBQLEDRIP.
And I don't have any
Hodges
space
says
for it.
awesome work, Cian.
Mike says can it play Badger's MP4 as a screensaver? Mark Olson says chuck it on the Barbie.
Jay says this stream sponsored by Love.
James D. Cook says put a PCB on the Barbie.
Robbie says throw a PCB on the Barbie.
Yeah, TTS was a bit of a rough one at the start while everyone was getting out of the systems.
Also vector
To everyone, but yeah,
stencils
worked out
cost a
well.
fortune.
Noxie says I'm still amazed the parts stay on the board given you're upside down in Oz.
Pro Engineer says a barbecue plate actually isn't an insane idea.
The plate's not. I gotta hit it though. You don't want to do it in the barbecue. Trust me.
Keane says I know you have extra PCBs, but do you have lots of spare LEDs?
Stacks, about 10,000. I got about 15,000, and more coming. Don't be mean, Mako. No, Yuz wouldn't do that to me. She'll go. I have no idea what you're
Mark
talking about.
Olson says is it a gas or coal Barbie?
Keane says okay.
Yes.
Then do it.
Pro Engineer says 15,000 is that all? Face with tongue.
Mako says then can you go to some space?
Jay says just do a clean on your oven first to get rid of oil vapor.
I'll work it out. Folks, I'm going. Long stream. Almost 5 hours. I know it's not a bit loony stream, but still.
Rayburn says not everyone nice works in what's part 2.
You're going to use an
Noxie
oxy
says
torch.
do you even know how the kitchen oven works lol?
Ooh, that's nasty, Aaron. Go to sleep. Bye, everyone. Take care.
Says congrats.
Bye. Thumbs up.
Jay says thumbs up.
Do a like, everyone, if you haven't already.
Says later all.
Bye.
James D. Cook says use a small sample PCB as a reflow test at same time as large PCB.
Mark Olson says by E. Mike says like and subscribe.
Robbie says cheers, Cian.
Okay. It's going to take forever with text-to-speech. I'm stopping
James
it.
D. Cook says thanks.
Kayvon says is this thing still on?
Nope, it's now off. Bye, everyone. Have a great week. I will catch you all next week. Might do an unexpected stream for the second half of this. I don't think I'll wait till next week. I want to know now. And I need to solve how I'm going to mount it first. Because they need to be joined together. Anyway, okay. Bye. Bye, everyone. Take care. Thanks again, Johnny, for the super chat.